right, just to let everybody know, we're now live on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and just share the first screen so that folks that are joining us on YouTube will know that we're going to get started here in just a couple of minutes.
Sorry about my cat.
That's okay.
Hey, Patty.
Nice to see you, Susan.
Good to see you. I'm glad I finally get to join and interact with people on video.
Yeah, we are too.
Well, I'm having a problem sharing my screen. Let's see. Okay, good. Hey, Leslie, would you mind doing me a favor? Could you try to share your screen and see what you're able to share? Normally, everything kind of pops up to the presentations that I'm able to share, but I'm not seeing that option right now. And I don't know if
It looks like when I pull mine up, I have the option to share anything that's open on my computer.
Okay. Well, let me.
Yeah, I can screen share. There you go.
You do have.
That's working.
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I'm only seeing the option to share an iPhone and iPad on mine. Dr. Lane, I'm going to make you the host real quick, and I'm going to sign off and sign back on.
Cool, I'm here. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Let's see if I can.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Nice to be back on it. I'm going to make
I think, go ahead and make me host again. I think I see my normal screen.
Okay, you should be host now.
Emily, you've become our tech whiz.
I don't know about that. Fortunately, most of it is relatively easy to understand, and the rest, they have lots of tutorial videos on Zoom so that I'm able to figure it out.
And great colleagues, but we've all been learning, haven't we?
That's for sure.
That is for sure. And just so folks know, we are live on YouTube. We'll get started here in just a minute. All right. President Gecker, it looks like we have all the board members here. I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen share so everybody
Thank you.
can see each other. And we'll get started whenever you're ready.
Good. Call the meeting to order then. First item is the roll call of the members. Dr. Wilson,
Present.
Dr. Duran,
Present.
Dr. Pexton,
Present.
Ms. Holton,
Present.
Ms. Davis-Vaught,
Present.
Dr. Mann,
Present.
and I think I'm still here. So that's all good. Next item is approval of the minutes from the November 19, 2020 meeting of the board. Has everybody had a chance to read them? Is there a motion to adopt as written or to some kind of amendment to them?
Motion to adopt.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you,
Dr.
Dr. Wilson. Yes, again by roll call, Dr. Wilson,
Aye.
Dr. Duran,
Aye.
Dr. Pexton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught,
Aye.
and Dr. Mann,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Education's virtual meeting. Our meeting today is being streamed live on the VDOE YouTube channel and on the board's public meeting webpage. We'd like to welcome those joining us on the live stream from across the Commonwealth. A couple of things to note about our virtual meeting. The board has accepted written public comment for this meeting. All comments that were received by 5 p.m. on Tuesday have been uploaded to our meeting webpage and shared with board members in time for them to review in advance of today's meeting. Comments received after 5 p.m. on Tuesday will be provided to the board in a timely manner. For our YouTube watchers, the chat feature is disabled as it is not monitored by staff. The best way to contact the board is via email at DOE, as in Board of Education, at DOE, as in Department of Education, .virginia.gov. Okay, we'll move to the consent agenda. I understand that item D and item E are going to be removed. Is that right? Dr. Mann?
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't remember the item number. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
I'm trying not to do multiple screens and get lost in the meeting.
All right.
President Gecker,
So we're,
President-
yes,
I'm sorry, yes, you are removing item E, did I hear you say?
yes.
Thank you.
All right. So is there a motion to adopt items A through C of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Davis-Vaught. Again, by roll call, Dr. Wilson,
Aye.
Dr. Duran,
Aye.
Dr. Pexton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught,
Aye.
Dr. Mann,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Okay, item D, Dr. Mann, do you want to address this?
Actually, is Ms. Conway on? I'm certainly happy.
Yeah, Jenna is signing on right now. President Gecker, if you want to do item E first, I think we can get that one handled, and then Jenna should be on. She's connecting right now.
That's fine.
Great.
Okay, I understand for item E that both Dr. Wilson and Dr. Duran are on that list. So I'd like first a motion to approve the list with the exception of Dr. Wilson and Dr. Duran, which I guess will be the more challenging vote later on. So is there a motion to approve everybody but Dr. Wilson and Dr. Duran?
Make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Davis-Vaught. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Dr. Wilson,
Aye.
Dr. Duran,
Aye.
Dr. Paxton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught,
Aye.
Dr. Mann,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, and now is there a motion to approve for the same list, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Duran?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Davis-Vaught. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. All right. Dr. Paxton,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught,
Aye.
Dr. Mann,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Okay, now we're back to D. Is Jenna here? I see Jenna on the screen somewhat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Conway. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Board President. Good morning, board members. It's great to be here this morning.
Okay.
And are you ready for your want me to pull up your presentation?
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Emily.
Okay.
Sorry, is there a presentation? I missed the part of that.
Yeah, oh, yes, President Gecker. I think Emily is pulling it up now.
Okay.
You know, as she gets started, wanted to sort of reorient us on what we brought for first review. Very exciting day in the Commonwealth as we are aligning around a set of birth to 5 standards or guidelines, expectations on what we want for our infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. I would like to give you a sense of the process that got us to today, and also just take you through how they're organized. I know it's a lengthy document that you have received in advance, and then just give you very quickly where we go from here as we think about supporting our infant, toddler, and preschool educators across the Commonwealth to use this. These are really important as we get closer and closer to the date in which the board and the Department of Education are responsible for the full birth to 5 sector. So it's just as a reminder, right, we're still in the process of moving oversight for childcare. We've moved oversight for the Head Start collaboration. You currently oversee all of the school-based programming, but having a sort of aligned expectations about what we want for kids is really important and helps make sure that we're using similar language, that we can use and support tools from the state that help our educators get better every day at working with kids and supporting kids and families, all towards the goal of kindergarten readiness. Emily, if you can take us to the next slide, please. So just as a reminder of the why here, although I know you'll hear later in the meeting about kind of where we are and how our young learners are doing, is that part of our objective and why we want to speak with a shared language about what we want for our infants, toddlers, and preschoolers is that too many kids do not have equitable opportunity to come to school ready. And as I look at our principals and superintendents and others on the call today, you're recognizing how difficult it is for kids, how difficult it is for our system if we aren't able to provide kids and families with that opportunity to come to school ready. Right now, the numbers are ticking up, even as it relates, you know, that sort of as an impact of COVID. But we know nearly half of our kids are starting school without having the opportunity to develop those key literacy, math, and social emotional skills. And we look at, similar to what we see in K-12, and I know you've been tackling as a board, when we look at whether zip code or demographics or background predict that lack of opportunity, they do, right? And so really figuring out how we tackle some of the systemic disparities, that means that our kids that are Black or Hispanic, who are English language learners, who have identified special needs, why are they not getting that opportunity to come to school ready? Next slide, please. With that challenge in mind, what we are asking you to approve today is a set of expectations that will basically help us understand child development and make sure that, when we're providing the right guidance for infant classrooms, for toddler classrooms, for 3 and 4-year-old classrooms, will help us align, create that shared language, and make sure that we are providing all of our educators. And you remember the diversity of our sector, right, from small family day homes through to big childcare centers and all of this, and through elementary schools. But making sure all of them are able to have tools at their disposal that help them grow, and that we align the millions of dollars that we invest in professional development, with what we want for kids. It helps us individualize our care and instruction to meet the needs of infants and toddlers. As you see in the guidelines, we say very different things for infants than we do for 4-year-olds. This is a period of rapid development, and really making sure that we're specific so that we're not expecting 2-year-olds to do what 4-year-olds can do, because that's really developmentally impossible, not to mention developmentally inappropriate. And you'll see that these standards, slightly different from some of the K-12 equivalents, pull it all in together. We talk about social emotional, we talk about play, we talk about approaches to learning, we talk about the arts, we talk about language. You might say, well, is that possible for an infant? But what we're really trying to do is make sure that all of our infant and toddler and preschool classrooms are comprehensive. They don't have separate subjects, but throughout the day, through interactions with adults, through play, through a range of activities that recognize the very short attention span of our young learners, we're trying to kind of support the holistic development of kids. The bullets at the bottom just get how we get here, but just a reminder, we received federal funding to do this. We've been doing this for nearly 2 years. We've involved more than 300 individuals and experts. We took kind of the foundation blocks for just for 4-year-olds. We took what was using for birth to 5. We looked at Head Start, and we've run this process to kind of get to what we're proposing for you all today. Next slide, please. This is also important throughout this process, where again, we sort of involved to kind of, we hired VCU first to bring together higher ed and experts to look at national frameworks and standards, to look at least 16 other state standards, but wanted to make sure we had a set of guiding principles that we could all, we would sort of make sure that we would honor throughout the process. I think one, and we've talked a lot about this as a board, is cultural responsiveness, and really making sure that we weren't privileging Eurocentric or white ways of thinking about what we expect in the classroom or of kids, in our standards. We want it to be pragmatic. As I said before, we have folks who range from having master's degree and are virtual experts in early childhood through to folks who come into teaching with a high school degree in a family day home or childcare center. And so really making sure that we could create a set of standards and expectations that could be used across the board. A caveat here, I will say, with as you might see in this document, this is a lot to digest. And so when we think about implementation, we have a lot of work to do around really making these usable. We do not expect that you can sort of send a 100-page document to a family day home educator and say, make sense of it. That's not fair. That's not appropriate. We have a multi-month plan on rolling this out to really kind of make sure that we take this big document and distill it down into smaller pieces, with support of professional development. We had a special emphasis on equity and really thinking about how we could design standards to meet the needs of our most vulnerable kids. And again, we wanted to make sure that this tracked from birth to 5 into what we kind of support kids to learn and be able to do in kindergarten. Next slide, please. Sorry, Emily. This then sort of gives you more detail about the structure of the standards. As I said before, comprehensive. So we've got 5 areas of development: play and learning, social and emotional development, communication, language and literacy, right? Again, imagine language and literacy that's very different for a 6-week-old as compared to a 4-year-old. Physical development and health. And then in a broad category called cognitive development, we cover the areas science, people, community, and culture, mathematics, fine arts. There is a lot of overlap, largely because kids learn through play and largely because the social emotional development and sort of language and literacy kind of come together, right? When you sort of think about a kid exploring the arts, that's often through kind of, play as well, right? A kid can't learn music on his own or her own, right? That's kind of, also through things like communication. Kids who do dance, that's very physical, right? Where, and so there's a lot of kind of overlap, and you'll see that in the indicators. And we also have overlap because of how the way that kids learn and grow in the age band. So as you see in the bottom there, from infancy to later preschool, there's about a 2-month overlap, just recognizing that kids develop in a very fluid way and on a spectrum at this point in their lives. Next slide, please. And just to wrap up, I think the kind of, to sort of point this in sort of a point of time. So we've been doing this for the greater part of 2 years. We've basically involved, as I said, about 300 plus individuals between the folks that we've contracted, between the volunteers who sat on our various subgroups. We did 2 full months of posting this publicly and soliciting feedback in partnership with the Early Childhood Foundation. We've involved 10 experts from our state institutes of higher education. We sort of have 90 reference documents, and as I said before, 16 other sort of state standards. So kind of a pretty comprehensive process that kind of got us to where we are today. Following final approval from you all, we will format into an easier to use, and then really start to work with the set of partners around kind of making this usable and accessible for the diverse set of educators that we have. So as I have mentioned before, we now have all of the quality contractors who support our infant and toddler and preschool educators in childcare. So we call it the Infant Toddler Support Network. We'll work with them. We'll work with everybody who worked with Virginia Quality. We'll work with Head Start. We'll work with our folks who support VPI, and really begin between now and the fall to develop tools, some of which are going to be paper documents, some of which will be training modules, some of which will be Train the Trainer, which is basically kind of calling on that whole array of folks who do professional development that's free for childcare and for family day homes, having them take this and integrate it into their regular sort of training schedule. So, really making sure that we can do that. Lots of that work is happening virtually now, and so we'll kind of probably take out some of what they're doing now and make sure that we cover this. But you have to sort of imagine a full army of folks supporting this implementation. We'll also have a communications plan to kind of get folks out, and then figuring out sort of as part of our plan, tracking the implementation. So really looking at, where this is helpful for folks, where there are challenges, as we support this use over the course of its first year of implementation next year. Let me pause there and see what questions there are, or if there's any points of discussion.
Well, I'd just like to, President Gecker, if I may,
Of course.
First I'd like to thank Ms. Conway for that very quick, thoughtful overview of the incredible work that's been happening in this space. You might be wondering why I pulled it off the consent agenda. Of course, I am in 100% support of what is here. And I will say, because this, of course, is a new venture for the board, I think it's important that there be an opportunity to really wrap our minds around the work in a substantive way as we're taking on this body of work. And so that was certainly one dimension. I know we have a full agenda. I really do appreciate the summary, but I did want to share some of the conversations that I've been having with Ms. Conway and the team. I first want to thank Jenna and Dr. Richardson and Ms. Carroll for all of the efforts that have been devoted to shepherd this process, as I know we're creating a very valuable resource for the field. And it's especially true given a lot of the recent activity that's underway during the brief legislative session that we're encountering right now, and the initiatives that have been put forward. I did pose some questions following the first review, and I was able to get access to some information on those questions earlier this month. And Jenna and I have had an opportunity to have discussion, which I really appreciate her engaging in. I wanted to just call forward some things I think we're going to have to continue to think about as we embrace this work. My questions really did center on the efforts that are being made to carefully thread the needle regarding how we frame development and learning for these ages, especially for children under the age of 3. It is worth noting that the very title of the resource, the document that's been developed, is Virginia's Early Learning development standards, birth to 5 guidelines. And I think this was done in my conversations intentionally to recognize this important tension that we're balancing. We know that standards within the realm of education reflects a set of expectations about what an individual student should know and be able to do. They inform instruction as we expect children to perform and demonstrate achievement based on such standards. By including guidelines in the title, it underscores the need to appreciate the variability in development, especially in the earliest years of a child's life. When you take standards language and you apply that to infants and toddlers in a strict manner, I would make the case that the very nature of their work is about exploration and discovery that creates a foundation for knowing. And knowing is a byproduct of interactions that requires adults to tune into a child's natural curiosity about everything in their environment. And by giving words to feelings, naming what children are observing, asking questions and so forth, we are ever expanding what they are coming to know. And I think that's a very important emphasis, what they are coming to know. As I've considered the content in the introduction, I believe there are opportunities to strengthen language that reflects this perspective and to explicitly note the adverse implications for children's development when indicators are used inappropriately as curriculum. And I certainly hear all of the great work that's on the horizon to develop new tools, but I do think it's important to emphasize this a bit more. I think there are also opportunities to explicitly state the importance of screening and assessment. There's language that makes clear that the document shouldn't be used as a checklist. We don't explicitly speak to actions that educators can take if they suspect a child's development appears to be lagging. And we all know there are resources and tools, reliable screening methodologies that can be used to make certain that when a child needs to be evaluated for early intervention services, that people are triggered to think about that and not, again, for the very young end of this continuum, believing that I need to be doing something different to make this thing happen, that this resource suggests I should be seeing. And I think having traveled the country long before my work here and working with the full continuum of providers that are operating in this space, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of things get used in ways that unfortunately can set up children for social emotional challenges as a result of not understanding the appropriateness of how we use these guidelines to really focus on interactions and experiences as opposed to teaching to indicators. And so I am asking that, of course, we adopt this these standards as presented with once there's been attention to some enhancements that can be made in the introduction regarding these points that I think are really, really important for our very youngest learners that I believe just merit a bit more attention. So I like to make a motion to that extent, and I leave it open for other questions, comments that others may have about that.
Just so I understand, is the idea that the document would go forward, but there might be changes made between now and final publication?
Correct. Primarily to the introduction to some of the points that I articulated. And I did inquire about a couple of the research associated with a few of the indicators in the fine arts area. And just having time to look at that.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second? Then we'll have discussion.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Is there any discussion on this? Yeah, Ms. Holton.
I'll jump in. Thank you, Dr. Mann, for your careful attention to the work. And I think your thoughts will help improve the final product. And I'm supportive of them, both the changes to the introduction and look forward to other suggestions. My question is about process. Can we be specific enough about what the changes are going to be that we can approve them in general terms today and let you and the department work out specific language? Or is it better? I mean, we don't want to slow the process down unnecessarily, but these standards are going to be in place for a long time to come. And if it makes more sense to wait till March to vote on final, I'm totally comfortable with doing that too. And then you and the department can work and come up with language that we can share with the public. So it kind of matters, you know, how hard is it to get from, how much specificity can we do today? If we can put it in general terms today, then we can approve it subject to the language, technical language being worked out. But if it's broader than that, then maybe we should wait till March.
And President Gecker, I have a follow-on question to Ms. Holton's suggestion, because my question was about timing and the timeline that is included in the presentation and pushing things out, knowing that the idea was to get this in the field, I think in March, packaging in February, and then implementation, full implementation in the fall. So what happens then to that timeline if, as Ms. Holton suggests, perhaps shifting everything? What does that do to the ultimate goal time-wise?
We asked directly, Jenna, you know, when I talked with some of our staff yesterday about this issue, they'd indicated that moving to March would not necessarily hurt the timeline. But what I'm hearing today is that may not be 100% right. So.
Yeah, so I think my first response to this is building off Ms. Holton's point, which is like, we need to get this right? I do think that based on the communication that Dr. Mann and I have had and that I've shared with Dr. Richardson and Ms. Carroll, like, I think it is a set of, you know, very specific language changes that we can make, and that we carry forward that spirit in the array of implementation tools, right? I mean, and again, I think it's to sort of emphasize what I've heard from her, which is really important, is like clarifying how these should be used. I think really careful attention to our kind of infant and toddler teachers, who tend to be kind of lowest in the sort of the hierarchy and least likely to get the supports, and really making sure that we're thoughtful about language and approach and supports, right? So that these are used appropriately. More time helps us do it. So I think if if it's possible to kind of approve this month and work with Dr. Mann, that's ideal, just because, we then get more time with the set of coaches and folks who do the infant toddler training, right? And again, I also want to note, we've tried to kind of balance in the timing here. We want to roll these out because some folks are asking for these. We also want to be really careful. We have a sector that is dealing with a pandemic, right? That is waiting for vaccines, that has shortages of PPE. And so partly why we wanted to kind of have a longer runway of, March through the fall was so that we could do it in smaller bits, pieces here and there, rather than trying to compress it and get it out during a summer where we're likely to see a lot of summer learning happening. So my inclination would be, if we can figure out how to do it and it works okay with you all, to try to get it through. But if it feels like it's too much for that, we can make March work too.
I thought I also understood Ms. Holton's point to be that to the extent it's basically technical edits, that's okay. To the extent there's going to be any substantive change, perhaps the board ought to actually see the final product before it's approved, or before it comes up for a vote. Ms. Holton, I don't want to speak for you, but I think that's what I heard you say.
Yeah. Yes. And here's a thought, and maybe Ms. Conway can respond to this. But yes, the fundamental thing is these standards are going to be in place for a long time to come, and we need to get them right. But if we can give the department the sense that we are in agreement in the broader approach being taken, so that they can proceed to get ready for rollout, they can understand that we're not going to come back in March and change something completely, but that maybe still wait till March for final language, not just so we can see it, but so the public can see it. To have us approve, yeah, I think you're right that technical edits we could leave to be done, but if there's some substance here, my suggestion would be that let's give the department encouragement to keep the ball rolling on preparing for rollout, but with the expectation of final language being approved in March. I don't feel strongly about it. I defer to you, those of you who know better, but I just think the sense of it is this is important enough. Let's get it right. And Dr. Mann's suggestions seem very, very important to and on point.
Okay, any other discussion? Yeah.
Mr. Geiger, can I ask a question maybe for Dr. Mann or Ms. Holton? Would it be, if the changes are actually primarily in the introduction, might you consider approving the standards and we bring the introduction back before everything's published in March?
I guess, James, it comes back again to what is, what's the necessary timeline? Is there a real urgency here? And this is an area that the board is just getting into, right? None of us have the expertise that Dr. Mann has. We're all learning. Really, I shouldn't say none of us. I should say I don't have the expertise that Dr. Mann has. And I'm not aware in the backgrounds of many of our board members that they have the same depth of knowledge that Dr. Mann has. It might be good for us to be approving sort of whole documents instead of pieces of documents, unless that, really upsets a timeline that needs to happen.
Sounds good. I'm comfortable either way. I was just offering
Yeah, I appreciate that. Ms. Conway, I'm still looking to you. I'm sorry. I know it's weird on the screen. You can't see me looking at you, but it's for a sense of how, I can't gauge yet what the criticality of this. We don't want a whole process. On the other hand, there is a lot to be said for the board actually seeing, in advance what it's approving.
Yeah. So here's what I would suggest. One of the things that Dr. Mann and I have discussed, and I think this is a really good thing because we both care deeply about it. My emphasis on 300 individuals being involved is less of a number and more around we have 50 states with 50 different sets of early learning development standards, right? Arguably, kids aren't that different, right? Like a Massachusetts infant versus a Virginia infant. But what's really important is that these states, similar to some of our national organizations that they've done that, have had a process by which people are involved and kind of weighed in, right? And so, and that's kind of how you land, and that's sort of just, it's really sort of symbolically and practically important as we roll this out and say, these are what we want for our kids, right? Based on what we know today, and to Ms. Holton's point, will be for the next few years. Hearing this, I'm inclined to suggest that we do push this back, right? So there's an opportunity for us to make these changes with Dr. Mann, even if they end up only being sort of primarily technical, but then I can work with Dr. Richardson and Ms. Carroll to make sure we then sort of provide, a chance to be kind of open about them again, right? Go back to some of those folks. And I don't think there's going to be an issue, but I think it's sort of symbolically important to be open and transparent about this, so we can come back to you in March and say, A, we've addressed the issue from the kind of our resident expert member and all of the really important things that Dr. Mann addressed, and B, that I feel some comfort on, not making a set of changes that sort of veer beyond the technical, and we haven't had our full opportunity to be, kind of transparent with our stakeholders. So I would say probably based on what we've heard today, and if you're okay with it, Board and Dr. Mann, that we would make the changes and then bring it back in March.
I'm totally fine with that. And of course, I'm willing to work in whatever way is going to be helpful to the department. I certainly, in the conversations that we've had and reviewing the information, I feel like the quality of what is there is sound. I think the nuances around very young children need to be amplified. And I think there's a way we can get there, and it's not going to take appending the incredible work that's been done to bring us to this point. So we can do this.
I agree. I think we can too. Absolutely.
So we have a motion and a second. I don't know if we're willing to withdraw that. I think it was Dr. Wilson. Ms. Davis fought. I can't remember actually who made the motion in the second. I usually keep better notes.
I believe it was Dr. Mann's
Yes, I
motion,
think
and
I
I
did.
seconded.
Dr. Mann,
And
that's
so
correct.
if Dr.
Thank you.
Mann were to amend her motion or
Yes.
withdraw her motion, rather.
Draw. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Motion withdrawn.
All right, then I think we will move this over to March. Ms. Conway, of course, doesn't speak at all to the quality of the work you and the team have done to date. I mean, we're all very impressed and happy with the direction this is going, and we appreciate, honestly, your willingness to work further with the board to, push this through in March. So thank you very much.
Mr. Gecker,
Yes, Dr. Duran.
a separate question of Ms. Conway, if I can.
Sure.
So Ms. Conway, I loved in the guiding principles that you spoke to the issue and the need around focus on access and equity for many student populations. And as I was reading, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, an Ed Trust report that they had done, the first one, you're probably aware of it, that looked at access. And it showed 1% of Latino and 4% of Black students had access to high quality programs, but it listed in there that Virginia did not report any data, so they were excluded from the national study. So I was wondering, did we not report because we don't have, we didn't want to engage, and how can we move forward to make sure that we're capturing that data at a statewide level? Again, the Ed Trust report, November of 2019, I believe is when it was. And I just found that interesting that we weren't included in there, and it specifically said because we didn't report any. So I don't know if it meant we didn't report any to them or we didn't report it at all at the statewide level. But I do think that with one of the guiding principles being that's a focus of how these standards will increase high quality programs for our students, that we need that data point to be able to see where we are now and how we're improving going forward.
Absolutely, Dr. Jim. We can look into that. I know there have been some issues in the past on whether it was, some of the demographic data, and we certainly have that for the school-based programs. So we'll look into that.
Thank you.
But that is a concern, and I think both thinking about the access implications, and then I think we talked a little bit about this last time, but we actually put our standards back out for a month for public comment because we weren't sure that we had fully tested the extent to which we felt like it would be applicable for all classrooms, all educators, and all kids. And really, to Dr. Mann's point earlier, these standards are powerful in some of the indicators and examples it gives. And sometimes when you look at standards and examples from like a decade ago, they seem very white, right? They sort of, the books that they suggest, the behaviors that they suggest, the music they suggest, like doesn't really represent the diversity of our classrooms. And so we did do a scrub for that purpose, but I will look, Dr. Duran, and get back to you over email on the Ed Trust, why we weren't able to provide that data.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I think everybody's comfortable with where we ended up there. And we will move on to item F, final review of the proposed consolidation of the City of Covington and Allegheny County School Divisions. Dr. Sale, I guess we have some others with us today.
Yes. We do. I am joined by a few others from their joint committee for the school consolidation, and I will introduce them. But prior to that, first, I just want to say good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, Dr. Lane, and members of the board. It is my pleasure to bring before you for final review the joint proposal for the consolidation of Allegheny County and Covington City School Divisions. As you might recall from our initial presentation in November, this proposal is based on constitutional and statutory authority provided to the Board of Education, which allows the board to designate school divisions in the Commonwealth in such a way as will best promote the realization of the standards of quality, given certain conditions as enumerated in the code. Additionally, and per 22.1-25 in the Code of Virginia, local school divisions may also submit a proposal for consolidation to the Board of Education for their consideration. In hearing such proposals, the board shall evaluate the appropriateness of such arrangement and the potential for the promotion of the standards of quality. So in alignment with this process, the Allegheny County School Board and Covington City School Board, by way of their joint committee on school consolidation, have submitted this joint proposal requesting that the Board of Education consider their consolidation of their two local school divisions. Just a reminder, at the board's November 19th business meeting, members of the Joint Committee did present their proposal in depth and really highlighted the merits of their consolidation proposal, notably the efficient use of existing resources, promotion of student opportunity, as well as maximizing the school board's ability to serve their students and the larger school communities. I will note that since their presentation, the Joint Committee has continued to lay the groundwork for consolidation, and I'll note 2 major updates for you all. So at our request, each of the relevant school boards and localities have amended their resolutions of support for consolidation so that the language reflects that it is the board rather than the department with the authority to decide on consolidation. So really making a technical amendment. And the Joint Committee has also coordinated with the General Assembly membership to ensure they have the legislative support they need to execute the consolidation. So Delegates Austin and Senator Deeds have both introduced legislation to update the Charter of Covington to reflect the consolidation contingent on board approval. And they have also submitted budget amendments to provide support to the divisions and implementation. So with that, today the Joint Committee requests that the Board of Education formally dissolve the Allegheny County School Division and Covington City School Division to establish a single consolidated school division. I will say that minutes from the Board of Education's December 11th, 1981 business meeting indicate that the last school division consolidation that we've seen, which was actually between Allegheny County and Clifton Forge, was formalized by the board through resolution. So without any other precedent and consistent with what has been done in the past, we have provided the board with a draft resolution that would state the board's approval for the dissolution and then of course the consolidation of the 2 school divisions. Just a quick note, if approved, the consolidation would take effect on July 1, 2022, with the merger of the student bodies to occur in the 2023-2024 school year. And I will now hand the stage over to representatives of the Joint Committee, including Mr. Jacob Wright from the Allegheny County School Board, Mr. Jonathan Arrett from the Covington City School Board, and Mr. Stephen Peepgrass from Troutman, Pepper, Hamilton, Sanders.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, Dr. Lane, members of the board, and Dr. Sale. A special appreciation to you for all the assistance you've provided. And this is a process that, as Dr. Sale referenced, hasn't happened since the early 1980s. And I think by working together with you and staff, and with all of the different folks from all of the different localities and local governing bodies, we've come up with a consolidation plan that really makes sense in our view and in the view of those who have looked at it. I'm just going to introduce each of the folks from the localities who are here, who will then be available to speak to you. As you recall from the last meeting, we went into depth, as Dr. Sale referenced, on what exactly would be involved in the consolidation. So I'm not going to replow that old ground. But as Dr. Sale said, we've made a lot of progress even since then, including getting the support of the delegation for budget amendments to support this, making those technical changes, and just two nights ago, the request going out from the city for a charter change so that can then be voted upon, assuming the board approves this consolidation by the General Assembly. So those who are here on behalf of the localities are Jacob Wright and Jonathan Arrett, who are the co-chairs of the Joint Committee from Allegheny County School Board and Covington City School Board, respectively. We also have Sherman Callahan with us, Superintendent of Allegheny County Schools, Melinda Sneed Johnson, Superintendent of Covington City Schools, John Lanford, County Administrator for Allegheny County, and Crystal Onitis, City Manager for the City of Covington. So a broad range of leaders from each of the different localities involved, and they have been phenomenal to work with and have really dug in and in putting together a proposal that they believe will best serve the students and families of the populations they represent. So with that, to the extent the board has questions, I'll let the real experts, who are all the local participants who are here, answer those. But I'm always, of course, available to address legal questions. As Dr. Sale mentioned, I understand that draft resolution is before the board. I took a look at it as well. It all looks accurate, reflects the proper dates that different steps were taken, and certainly makes sense from our perspective. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. First to the board, are there any questions at this time?
I have one of Dr. Sale. So would the board need to approve the resolution and then a separate vote on the final action for the consolidation, or is the vote considered, one vote considered for both?
And I may actually defer to our legal folks on the call, but my understanding is the resolution reflects both the dissolution and the consolidation, so it would be a single vote on the draft resolution.
That's correct, Dr. Sale.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Gecker, not a question, but just a comment, very, very briefly reiterating, we've said it before, but I'm just so impressed at the public servants and, local school board, local government is hard, tough work. And you all have made some very tough, important decisions here to benefit your community. And I commend you all, Mr. Wright, Mr. Arrett, and all your colleagues. Great work.
Anybody?
Thank you very much.
I've got just one question, I guess, and I'm not sure who's the right person to answer it. Last time we talked, I asked if you would go forward with the consolidation if the assembly didn't provide the funds that you were looking for, and the answer was basically no. My understanding is the assembly is still in session, the budget's not decided. If we consolidate, it takes a lot to divide it again. And I certainly don't want to do something today that, we're going to have to then play with undoing it if the assembly doesn't fund you the way you think they're going to. So let me ask again, if we do this today and the assembly doesn't fund, are you all still going forward?
President Gecker, this is Crystal Nidus with the City of Covington. If I may answer that, I think it goes a little bit of both ways. We have sort of a dual phased approach to our consolidation plan here. Part one calls for consolidation of administration, and then the second part would be combining of the actual student bodies and the curriculums and all of the extracurricular and scholastic activities. From our understanding and what we would still plan on doing regardless, would be working in earnest to still combine our administrations and then still continue to find ways to eventually get to combining the student bodies, as we recognize the need for opportunities for students, as well as the need for putting our limited local dollars to best use for our localities as well as our school systems. Does that answer your question, sir?
I'm not sure, actually.
So we have a phased approach. So, the first part would be combining administrations. So that's something that we're prepared to go forward with or without state funding. The second part, where we're combining all of our student bodies and all of our teachers into sort of a holistic system, that's where the funding gets a little tricky. And we recognize that we have to be committed to the process because of the need for opportunities for students, as well as the need to make sure that we're making the most of our limited dollars here. So we may not get there in the same time frame if we don't get the state funding, but our plan is to still work to get there.
Okay, so regardless, what you're saying is that the admins will be combined and it will be a single school system from the administrative perspective. I think you're on mute still.
I'm so sorry, I muted.
All right, I do that
That is
all
our
the time.
intent, and I don't want to speak for our school board members, but that is our intent from the local government perspective of realizing the need for stronger fiscal management. But I will defer to the chairs of the committee as well if they would like to expand on that.
Sure. And thank you for your question, President Gecker. And Ms. Ornitis, I think, is correct. I think your previous panelist may have illustrated it, at least in my mind, a little better, is there would be a phased approach and a lengthening of the runway, so to speak. The proper considerations from the General Assembly would be necessary for us to implement everything that we've proposed, specifically the equalization of salaries and benefits among the staff of the two divisions. And in absence of the right level of support to do that in the timetable that we've proposed, we would necessarily just have to lengthen that runway a touch and take a more phased approach, as Ms. Onitis alluded to.
When you say lengthen the runway, do you mean defer the time when you actually combined administrations and systems? Or do you mean, is that what you mean?
The consensus from our local group is that the combining of the central administration, the combining of the two divisions could happen on schedule. Of course, the expensive work that we will have to do at some point is that salary and benefit equalization among our staff. So that would take some very careful consideration from our local folks, obviously, as to how quickly we could do that if we had to go forth in absence of the level of state support that we believe we need. That being said, as we've alluded to, we have had good communication with our state delegation, and we're cautiously optimistic, I believe, that they would have our best interests in mind as we go forward.
Okay, so you would, after consolidation, you would only have one superintendent?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anybody else have any questions? And thank you for the answers, by the way. Honestly, I'm still a little bit concerned that I don't hear the, sort of, yeah, we're going to do this regardless answer.
We're going to do this.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just because, like I said, to undo this is not so easy,
Right.
Decker,
Yes.
could I please ask everyone to go through this one more time because I missed some of that?
We're going to make it happen. We just have to figure out how to make it happen exactly. We're talking about a phased approach. We really need the help from the General Assembly to be able to equalize salaries and to implement an early retirement incentive program like we've discussed in our proposal. But we're going to make it happen.
And if I may, since I've been working with our Troutman Strategies group in talking with the legislature about this, I think they are watching this proceeding very carefully. And when approval by the board is something that they are going to be looking at as they make their decision about how much ultimately to appropriate in that budget. So there is somewhat of a chicken and egg issue going on here as well. But I think the fact that we've got that the money in the budget that's been proposed speaks to their level of commitment to this, and Senator Deeds and Delegate Austin are very, very supportive. And I think many folks from all around the Commonwealth are looking at this as especially for rural districts, a pathway that others might want to take. And so I think we're seeing, at least from what I can tell, support on the budget side from the General Assembly as a result of that.
I mean, y'all should not take this question, these questions the wrong way. I'm very supportive of the idea of consolidation. What I don't want to do is come back next month and say, well, we didn't get the money, so now we've got to divide.
Understood.
So am I understanding that without funding, that the two divisions are going to go ahead with consolidation administratively, aligning salaries, but the phasing in of the students, the academics, and all of the support is going to come later, but the students will remain in their separate buildings? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Davis-Fought. I guess the question, as it's been asked, is what would we do if we got, less than ideal assistance from the General Assembly? And obviously, we would need to see just how far that fell short as to what our capabilities would be. We know what the numbers are. We know how much we need to equalize salaries and benefits on year one, and that's our goal. And then we also know what we'll need to fund an early retirement incentive program, because obviously one of the things the new division will have to do is right size from a staffing standpoint. And we've chosen to implement an early retirement incentive program, and hopefully a well-funded one that will provide a win-win benefit both for the division and then also for the employees who are in that phase of their career. So I think that's where, if we're going to talk specifics, the first part of that, if funding were to fall short than what we've requested, we would necessarily have to dial back certain portions of that. Obviously, the early retirement incentive program would be among the first to be considered, and that would impact our future ability, or how quickly we would be able to right size the division from a staffing standpoint. So that's why I think I apologize for some of the more vague answers before, but our local folks have been working very hard trying to go through some of the potential scenarios. And but yes, ma'am, you're correct. The central office merger and the combining of the two divisions should be able to go forward, even if we had a substantial decrease in the funding that we've asked from the General Assembly.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anybody else?
So President Gecker, I just have a couple of comments.
Sure, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. I want to just first acknowledge, as Ms. Holton did, the hard work that it takes to begin a conversation like this and then to see it to this point. Having served as a school superintendent myself, I want to say to the superintendents here, I understand what you all are also doing to ensure that your local school communities, alongside your school board members, are moving in the same direction as this proposal suggests. So I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that the commitment that I hear for providing that the rationale, that perhaps the core rationale of why this is coming forward is to ensure quality, continued opportunities for the students. And so you may recall when we met in November, that was a question that I had. Again, I've served as a superintendent, so I understand also how sometimes business becomes part of the conversation. And we know that that is a reality. But I will implore, encourage, and trust that as this moves forward, either now in phases, wholesale, that the best interest of the students in your school division, the one or perhaps the two for a little bit longer, whatever it happens to be, that remains why you are moving forward with this. And so certainly as a board, that is our concern for equitable opportunities, student achievement, and ensuring that students, when they leave us, are ready to meet their future, not our past. And so thank you all for the hard work that you all are doing in this way.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else on the board? I don't see anybody. And so is there, I will, of course, echo what Ms. Holton and Dr. Wilson just said. I was a Board of Supervisors member in Chesterfield. I can't imagine how you guys did this, honestly, locally. We never could have done something like this. The discussion would have been so polarizing that, it wouldn't have gotten out of the gate. So it's very impressive what you've done, and we wish you the best of luck. I'll be happy to entertain a motion to adopt the resolution combining the two school divisions.
So, President Gecker?
Yes. Okay. Again, since we're doing all this by roll call, Dr. Wilson?
Aye.
Dr. Duran?
Aye.
Dr. Pexton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Dr. Mann?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Guess, what is it? What the board has brought together, let no man cast asunder. What's the appropriate thing here? Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Gecker. Thank you, board. I appreciate that.
Okay. Feel like we've been to a wedding. So now we move on to item G. First, review of proposed revisions to the guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers. Ms. Pitts.
Thank you. Good morning, President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. It certainly is my pleasure today to present to you for first review the proposed revisions to the guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers. In our discussion today, I will refer to the document primarily as the guidelines. I have a few preliminary introductions, acknowledgements, and comments before we begin the PowerPoint presentation today. First, I'm pleased to introduce to you two individuals who work with the Department of Education on this initiative. I really appreciate the collaboration that we had with them, and I thank them for their work. First, my co-presenter today, Dr. James Strong. Dr. Strong is the president of Strong & Associates Educational Consulting. He is also the Heritage Professor in the Education Policy Planning and Leadership area at the College of William & Mary. Also joining us today is Dr. Jenny Conason. She is the Vice President of Strong & Associates. I also wish to acknowledge and thank the work group members whose names are listed on pages 90 through 92 of attachment A to the board item. This was an outstanding group, and the department appreciates the work of those members. As you know, the Board of Education is required to establish performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers, principals, and superintendents to serve as guidelines for school divisions to use in implementing educator evaluation systems. The Code of Virginia requires that teacher evaluations must be consistent with the performance objectives, or as we refer to them in the guidelines as standards, set forth by the board, and that the school procedures for evaluating instructional personnel address student academic progress. The current guidelines originally were approved in 2011, and Dr. Strong worked with us on the development of those guidelines. And subsequently, they were revised in 2015 and in 2020 to address the weighting of the performance standards. Emily, will you go to the next slide, please? As you can see, the work to revise the guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation for teachers, principals, and superintendents was planned as a three-phase process. Today, we're looking at the guidelines for teachers. In phase one, the board revised the guidelines to address the weighting of the standards, specifically Standard 7, student academic progress. Now, in the proposal, it's now Standard 8, but it was Standard 7 when we did this work. As approved by the Board of Education, how student academic progress is met is the responsibility of local school boards, provided that Standard 7, student academic progress, is not the least weighted of the performance standards or less than 1 or 10%. However, it may be weighted equally as one of the multiple lowest weighted standards. That work was completed, and those revisions became effective January 2020. So approximately 1 year ago. Now we are in phase two. In phase two, we convened a work group to review the current guidelines for uniform performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers. And the purpose of this phase is to update the current guidelines to address culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices, review the research and update it, as noted in the document, and make technical edits to the document. As shown in the proposed guidelines, the primary revisions presented today are to add a performance standard in culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices, and to change the terms for the rating levels for summative evaluations. During the review process by the work group, the members recommended language changes to provide additional clarity and clarification, as well as some suggested formatting revisions, moving the text in the document. You'll see some areas that have been stricken and rewritten, but in some cases they're moved for ease of use. In phase 2, we will continue this work to align the guidelines for principals and superintendents as they need to be aligned with the guidelines for teachers. Now, moving on to phase 3, the third part of this work, the Department of Education will issue a request for proposals to develop an entirely new statewide evaluation system for teachers, principals, and superintendents. And the slide before you shows the timeline proposed for this work. In the spring 2021, we will solicit input from you, the board, on the criteria for the request for proposals. In the summer and the fall of 2020, we will issue a request for proposals as well as issue a contract. In the spring 2020, this work will begin and we will develop new performance standards and evaluation criteria. In the spring of 2023, we will present the proposal to the Board of Education. And in 2023 and 2024, we will provide statewide training, which will be critical to the success of the new system. And by July of 2024, the new statewide performance standards and evaluation criteria will be implemented. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Strong to review phase 2 of the work that is completed, the guidelines for teachers. We will bring back to you at a later date the work for the performance standards and evaluation criteria for principals and superintendents. So Dr. Strong and Emily, you can advance the slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pitts. Good morning, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, board members, Superintendent Lane, and other colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I think we have about 11 slides to highlight the revisions that have been made in the current performance standards and evaluation criteria for teachers. So let's talk about the standards and evaluation. First two slides highlight the inclusive nature of the review, design, and development of the updated guidelines that we're bringing to you this morning. These included a number of practitioners representing a variety of organizations. Among the participants, there were 6 teachers, 1 media specialist, 1 counselor, so 8 teacher instructional practitioners. And I think it's really important for me, as someone who works with evaluation in a lot of states and countries, to always remember the purpose of standards and guidelines and evaluation practices like we're presenting is for improvement of teaching. When teachers get better, students get better. That's our only way of affecting the future of our young people across the Commonwealth of Virginia. These standards, when they were initiated, actually an earlier version in the year 2000 and then 2012, and the subsequent changes that have been made, in my view, always have had as the single focus teacher support and improvement. There are requirements in state statute for accountability, and of course those are embedded in the design that you have in front of you. But ultimately, everything that we've done and what all of these work group members focused on was improvement for and support for our teachers across the Commonwealth. And what I guess now will be 131 school divisions, following what we just heard from Allegheny and Covington. Emily, can we go to the next slide, please? Multiple organizations were represented and given ample opportunity to address any revisions that were made. In fact, one of the documents, board, that you received is a marked up copy that is pretty horrendous to review because it has so many revisions. That reflects 4 iterations of the review with the work group. And some of those changes that you're seeing are paragraphs that have been highlighted when in essence, there was only a sentence perhaps that was changed in those. So we focused in this work on what we need to do to update. How do we make this current as possible with where we are with the latest research and going forward, and with a particular focus on building a new standard which brings the total standards from 7 to 8. Emily, next slide, please. And this is progressive disclosure on this slide. In preparation, we conducted through the Department of Education a statewide survey in September and October to ask the school divisions, with each division reporting once, how they were currently using the state teacher performance standards and evaluation system. 70 school divisions responded. And of those, approximately 54% indicated they use the guidelines as is, with no modifications. In essence, if we take those 70 to be representative of the full set of school divisions, a little more than half of the divisions use the exact guidelines and the evaluation handbook and materials that we developed previously and that are promulgated by the Department of Education. The remaining school divisions made modifications, almost always minor modifications for a local purpose. The survey had a number of specific questions about desired changes to the current system, and we used this information to guide the work with the work group. Next slide, please, Emily. Here are, just very quickly, some key findings from the statewide survey. The LEAs repeatedly asked if they can, what they can modify in terms of the guidelines. There are certain aspects of the standards that they would be unable to modify, but what can they modify? They wanted clarity on this issue, and while we've addressed this previously, in the new version, the clean version that you have in front of you, we tried to be explicit in terms of what LEAs have the prerogative to amend, to revise as they implement in their local school divisions. We also learned from when we asked questions about what data sources are used in evaluation, 100% of the participating school divisions indicated they use formal observation and almost 100% use informal observations. This means supervisors, principals walking into classrooms, or more recently, virtually walking into classrooms, observing what's occurring with students and with teaching. 61% of the participants use student surveys. 19% use them only with some of their students and not all of their students. Artifacts or of performance are used in about a quarter of the school divisions, and a little more than half use self-evaluation. So that's just sort of a lay of the land of the actual practices that are occurring across our school divisions in Virginia. Almost all of them use both quantitative and qualitative measures of student growth, which they were allowed to do. A significant training was provided in 2012 on this issue, and they've continued those practices. So with our next slide, to finalize a few points about the survey, we developed a teacher performance evaluation system handbook, and most of the school divisions use that. They take it as is, or we even indicate what modifications they can make, provide it as a document, and then the local school division adopts that for their local practices. The school divisions indicated they would value our adding to a new version. The version is before you, and it will be continued with additional work. Content-specific appendices, such as, do math teachers have specific indicators of performance that would vary from biology or that would vary from early childhood? So we intend to add appendices that will address any uniqueness among the various teaching positions that are available. They very clearly indicated they would strongly prefer to have additional training provided so that they could roll this out in their school divisions with fidelity and with ease. Many divisions also indicated they would value having at some point a parallel system for what we might call educational specialists, which would be library media specialists, school counselors, and others. Okay, next slide, please, Emily. So for the work group, without spending a great deal of time on each of these points, the key item I'd like to highlight is that we did a lot of homework. We prepared the research base. We updated what is known about student growth measures and how they can be used, the advantages and disadvantages of doing so. What is the latest empirical research base around uniform performance standards? What do we know from our work in other states and field testing and from empirical studies? We provided fact sheets. We provided everything that we could in preparation to make the job of the work group more aligned with best practice and with the latest research-based guidance that we have. We drafted changes to the guidelines based on the survey results, based on the research, based on field testing and lessons learned with other states. And with that, we proceeded with virtual work group meetings both in November and in December, with considerable work occurring between those meetings and even following that. Okay, Emily? So here are the changes that you have before you. One, I've already highlighted the fact that there were 4 iterations that we used in getting to where we are. We added 2 new sections, a section on growth and improvement to highlight some of the words that I mentioned at the very beginning, that evaluation is about teacher success. It's about growth, professional development. We also added a section on what can school divisions modify. So it's explicit in terms of the guidelines where they can make changes in their districts across the big state in which we live. And then we revised a section on connecting teacher performance to student academic progress. This is a requirement in the Virginia Code. We remained faithful to what the requirements were, but quite honestly, we toned down some of the language from the 2012 version, and we were consistent with what you adopted in January of last year in terms of equalizing the weighting that goes into the standards, including student academic progress. Okay, next slide, please, Emily. We also made changes to existing standards, indicators, and rubrics. Those were minor changes. We simply updated the wording. It's essentially wordsmithing. What is the best language for clarity in terms of what was needed? And then the biggest change that was made in the draft recommendation before you is an 8th standard, culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices. This meant developing a description for the standard, creating agreeable research-based performance indicators, providing a 4-point scale performance rubric, suggesting artifacts that teachers could present to demonstrate they're meeting this standard, and then providing sample student survey questions that would be included in surveys that are provided as an option by school divisions. And those surveys are designed at readability levels and wording levels at 4 different levels: a primary, intermediate, middle school, and high school level. So that is, and Emily, if we could continue, that was the biggest assignment for the work group. Here's the actual new performance standard. You have it in the guidelines, in the materials that you've received, but we wanted just to highlight and put it in front of you. The way the system operates is that each school division would be required to implement this standard. We made it standard 6 and we reordered some of the other standards. Underneath it, there are 7 what might be called, in a colloquial fashion, look-fors. This indicates what someone would see, hear, experience in visiting a classroom, reviewing artifacts, seeing the work that teachers do with colleagues, with parents, with students, that reflect the good work that's designed into the definition of this standard. So these would be the look-fors for evaluators, and also highlight the work that teachers themselves can and should be aware of as part of their role and responsibility. Okay, next slide, please. Continuing with the changes, we added wording to emphasize how important it is to use multiple data sources. If there's anything that we know from quality performance evaluation that improves teacher performance and student learning, it's that we must use multiple data sources. We cannot rely only on, for example, classroom observation. We really need to use other sources. And we spend significant time and effort to update and design these multiple data sources. We changed the wording for 4 levels of summative evaluation. State code requires that there be a summative evaluation. The 4 pre-levels in the current system are in front of you: exemplary, proficient, developing needs improvement, and unacceptable. What has come to be much more standard practice in other states since we developed this in 2011, 2012, is the use of more behavioral terms. Highly effective, effective, approaching effective is the term that the work group preferred for the 3rd level, and ineffective. So behavioral terms as opposed to ones that previously had a little more subjective flavor to them. And then we modified forms that were required by the other changes that occurred, and we clarified the requirement from the code and the Virginia, the Department of Education, to have a single summative rating. We provided an example and scoring ranges so school administrators will know precisely how to implement with fidelity when it gets in their hands. Okay, next slide, please, Emily. And this is, I believe, our final slide. The proposed timeline we have is for following this review with you to have a final board review, and if you desire to approve it at your March meeting, we will proceed with creating all of the subsequent documents that will support the official uniform guidelines. For example, in March and April, we will develop an updated teacher performance evaluation system handbook that can go to school divisions to use exactly as it is to alleviate a lot of the work, most of the work, and in many instances, all of the work that school divisions would have to design and move forward with implementation. In April, we would convene work groups for the handbook and add to the handbook, not the guidelines, but to the handbook, any unique indicators of performance for those for chemistry, kindergarten, math, and everything in between. Also in April, I'm sorry, I misspoke. In April, that would be the work on the handbook. We would have the subject matter expert group doing what I just described. April and May, building off of this in a linear fashion, we would create training materials, develop those working closely with the Department of Ed, and with the intention of delivering regional training on the updated system with 4 full-day regional training sessions. At this point, we don't know if those would be in person or virtual, but we do plan for 4 full sessions to accommodate as many participants as possible, including teacher representatives from school divisions that choose to invite them. To be determined are dates beyond the summer for principal and superintendent evaluation update, additional training, and full rollout for the current system before, and actually some of it concurrent with, the rollout for phase 3 that Patty described at the very beginning of the presentation. So with that, it's difficult for me as a professor not to say more. So I've tried to be as succinct as possible. It may not feel like it or sound like it, but I did. Let's go to questions if we may. And we're open to your questions, board members.
Okay, are there any questions?
Dr. Gecker, President Gecker.
Yes, Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Dr. Strong, for your work on this. I really appreciated the change in the ratings to be more behavioral focused. I think that will be very helpful for administrators and for teachers or staff who are receiving their evaluation to frame it in the sense of their behavior and their actions taken towards improvement on the standards, as opposed to the other more adjective, if you will, that was given prior. So thank you for that. Question and a comment kind of connected on the new performance standard. I guess that was slide 10 maybe, where we list the 7 different indicators to look for. I'm concerned that maybe in one of them, maybe 6.1 or somewhere, we don't relate it or aren't as articulate to what we're going to see in a later presentation from, I think, Leah Walker, about our definition of education equity, which I think expands a little bit to think about our students' abilities, students with disabilities, languages spoken, race, gender, zip code, socioeconomic status. So I'm just wondering if you can share with me your thoughts or the work group's thoughts, and Leah, I welcome yours if you have any also on this, about how we can be clearer and more articulate in making sure we're aligning the work that we're asking our staff to do to what we're looking at in terms of overall equity. I find sometimes in working with teachers, or even my own journey working in this area, that we tend to focus on aspects about equitable practices that we are comfortable with or that we feel are areas of passion of ours. But at times we don't remember or forget other groups of students that really need to be part of that. So I love item P that's coming up. I know on slide 2 there, Leah and her team are going to talk to us around the education equity in Virginia and our definition there. And for me, it seems there's a little bit of a mismatch or not clarity in the standards. That's what we're seeking on performance standard 6.
This is Patty. I'll begin. Leah Walker was on our group, and she was very helpful in the development of this standard. Certainly, we can go back and refine and change the standard to reflect your comments that you just made. Leah, would you like to make any comments in that regard?
Thank
you. Yes, thank you. Good morning, members of the board, and Dr. Duran, thank you for your question. I think, as we were working with the broader education stakeholder community that was involved with helping to develop the standards, there was a lot of education that really needed to happen in terms of bringing them to a shared understanding of what education equity means and looks like, and what a culturally competent vision of education in the Commonwealth means, right? And so I think what you see before you is language that reflected what the broader body was comfortable with, and that's what was submitted to you on first review. I think certainly we have opportunity to receive feedback from the board and strengthen that language in ways that aligns, I think, more intentionally and clearly to some of the other work that's been happening across the state to advance our understanding and articulate a clear vision and expectation for a culturally competent educator workforce. And so we certainly have the ability and the expertise in the office to do that.
Thank you, Leah. I think that would be really important because the work you're doing is so powerful and impactful. And as you and I have talked, and as you've presented to the board before, our work is one part of this process and what we bring to the table, but it's actually what happens in schools day to day and what we hold people accountable for. So now that we have an opportunity to have as a part of our evaluation, this very, very important performance standard around being culturally responsive and equitable, and that's in the standard title, I want us to be really clear that all the work we're doing and that you're doing and that we're trying to lead and that the board has been working on really is reflective there and in a very, very intentional way. I read into it and I see that the essence is there, but I'm also thinking of a teacher or someone who's not quite there on that journey where we need to be around what equity means. And is it that clear to them? Or is it easy to say, well, this says culturally responsive, so I'm working with my Latino students and I'm improving and helping them. And so I should have met this standard when I'm not paying attention to my students with disabilities who are not doing well and not providing equitable practices for them, or vice versa the other way. I want it to be as inclusive as we can be, as clear as we can be, and really aligned to the focus that you're leading and that we're leading and the change that's needed that I'm excited about. I don't want us to miss that opportunity here and then have that in our evaluation system. And it's, again, you and I can read into this and see that it's there. I'm trying to be as intentional and clear for every single person who is using this and will use this evaluation as a form of growth. And I hope evaluations turn into a form of growth for our employees, which is why the behavioral language is helpful. We're all on a journey. We're on a journey to get better. And we as administrators should be supporting teachers who should be supporting each other on how to grow. And I want everyone to be intentional about what we're growing towards. And so that's why I just have a little pause there. And I would love to, if you bring back any other modifications or something to better meet that intentionality. Thank you, Mr. Gecker. That's all my questions and comments.
Dr. Moran, President Gecker, may I just respond briefly?
Of course, yes.
In addition to what you see in the new standard 6, we put in front of the work group 3 options for how to address equitable practices and culturally responsive teaching. Option 1 was to have a new standard such as the one that you see, along with very selective indicators embedded in the other standards, in some of the other standards where we felt it was especially important to highlight that across the standard of planning, for example, or instructional delivery. Second option was to have the standard and to embed indicators that rightly would belong under this culturally responsive teaching equitable practices standard in every other standard, in all other standards. That ultimately was not accepted by the work group, feeling that it was too much overlap. The third option was not to have a new standard, but instead to fully integrate all of the indicators across the existing 7 standards. That too was ultimately rejected by the work group. So the point is, what we settled on is that you're looking at the standard itself, but if we were to unpack carefully many of the other standards, you would see there is already an emphasis in as much behavioral terminology as we could make it, issues about equitable practices, inclusive teaching in the other standards themselves. So there's even somewhat of a bigger dose than what you're seeing in this first dose.
Thank you for that additional bit of information, Dr. Strong. And I actually am glad that we did have a separate standard. I'm glad the work group did bring that forth because of the intentionality of it all. And again, I'm very supportive of this, so my comments to everyone is not being not supportive. I just want to make sure that we're as succinct and intentional as possible before we adopt this, that we include every bit of language that we can, thinking not how we think, you know, those of us that are engaged and deep in this work around equity, we understand what this is about, but I want to think about someone who's growing in this area and helping them to see that roadmap of where they need to go, and being held accountable towards that in a way. So it's a friendly suggestion, Dr. Strong and Leah and Patty, to how we can bring back some more clarity and intentionality. So thank all three of you for your responses.
And we'll be happy to go back and work with Leah again and engage you in the conversation as well, Dr. Duran, and we will make some tweaks and refinement to that language and bring it back for final review. So we very much appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Dr. Duran, Leah and I have already discussed some stronger language, but we wanted the first look at this to be exactly what the work group approved before the department made any further edits. And so we'll certainly work with the board over the next 2 months to get that section in alignment with how you'd like.
Appreciate that very much, Dr. Lane. Thank you, President Gecker.
Dr. Wilson?
Thank you. I think Ms. Holton's hand was up before mine.
Sorry, I thought I saw yours too.
Yeah, you do, but I think Ms. Holton.
Ms. Holton.
I defer. I'll go after you.
We are a polite group. Thank you, Anne. So just a couple of things, some along the lines of what Dr. Duran suggested. Earlier today, we heard the presentation from Jenna Conway on the early learning standards. There's a section there that talks about culturally responsive educators, I think is the title there. I think as we are expanding our work around cultural responsiveness, we should be consistent across all platforms, all offices, all language that we use. So if we could just crosswalk that and make sure that as appropriate, we are consistent. Second thing is in Standard 6, thinking about the responsibility that we are identifying for teachers. I know that the work around principal and superintendent standards is to come, but there's also a level of responsibility and certainly differentiated responsibility that leaders have to ensuring that culturally responsive and equitable practices are being seen. So I'll look forward to seeing that. And I think it will be important to ensure that teachers, because this is the first set that we will standards that we will roll out, understand that the support they need in order to do this work is coming, right? So it's not just a matter of saying, do this, but how do I do it? And what is the support? So I think being sure that we are intentional about that conversation. And then the last two things. Dr. Strong, I think I heard, nice to see you, by the way.
Good to see you.
I think I heard you use the word fidelity. And so, and I can't remember exactly what the phrasing was all around that, but it made me think about, our role. One of the concerns we have as a board is certainly to ensure that our students have the quality of instruction, consistent quality of instruction across the board. And so the fidelity with which building leaders and superintendents are then applying these standards or reviewing these standards or assessing these standards is really important. So I'm imagining that in the change in language to more behavioral, that there is some nod toward how we can gauge quality assurance, if you will, or fidelity of implementation in some ways. So I don't know if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yes, good to see you, Dr. Wilson. And let me say that the issue that you're bringing to us is, I think, it has to have a two-part answer. Number one, the standards themselves, the handbook that we create, must be able to speak to quality standard practices that should be implemented. So not just reliability, but validity as well. Are we doing the right things? Are we putting in the right language? And I feel very confident about the Virginia standards. With my work in other states, I often consider the Virginia standards and the work that we've done previously and the work that we have here as being an excellent model for that. The second part of the issue is implementation. You can have the best plan in the world, and you know as a former superintendent, this is true. But without fidelity of implementation, you don't achieve anything. And that speaks to training. Dr. Lane has explicitly, in our conversations, even from the very beginning, has been keenly aware of the importance of training. Patty and I have talked about it many times, and that's where we have training built into this system. And in part of the training will be not only new orientation, but also a first effort at inter-rater reliability. And most recently, just this month, in a conversation that Dr. Lane, Ms. Pitts, and I had, and Jenny Tonneson with my company, was about follow-up training. One of the failures that happens in many states is to have initial training and believe that it is taken, that it's set. It's almost like getting the first dose for the coronavirus. I used that word earlier, but that's not enough. We really need to have follow-up training, and Dr. Lane has expressed interest in how we might do that. That's how we get to fidelity across 130 something school divisions in 1,900 plus schools.
Thank you. That's all I have, Dr. Gecker, or Mr. Gecker. I'm giving an honorary degree.
The honorary degree, right? I always feel inferior in this crowd of doctors, so the honorary degree would be nice. Ms. Holton.
Yes,
Secretary Holton.
Anne. Thank you, Mr. Gecker, and thank you, Ms. Pitts and Dr. Strong, and the work of the task force. We're grateful for you all having helped us get started on this process. I have a couple of sets of questions and then possibly a comment based on what I hear. My first set of questions is, I'm trying to understand how much gets mandated here or versus strongly recommended. And that has to do with, and I know we're reluctant in Virginia to mandate, but I also think that our board goal of getting some consistent evaluation across the state such that we can use it to guide state and local policy regarding equity and resource distribution, for instance, may mean that we need to be a little, that we may need to look at options to, that will help promote uniformity. And with that in mind, am I right that this instrument does not, these guidelines do not require formal observations, do not require student surveys, do not require self-evaluation? Recommend strongly, but does not require any of those. Is that right?
Dr. Lane and Patty, would you like me to speak to this first, or would you prefer?
Yeah, Dr. Strong, I'll fill in after you go first.
Okay. I was just looking for a section in the code. If I can, here we go. 22.1-253 requires that all the school division, that the state board adopt guidelines for uniform standards for teachers, administrators, and principals, and that teacher evaluations include regular observation and evidence that instruction is aligned with the school's curriculum, as well as measures of student academic progress. There are some non-negotiables in state code, and one of those, Ms. Holton, is observation. So of all the data sources, observation must occur. In the statewide survey that we conducted, we found that 100% of the school divisions do use those. But we also know very clearly from study after study that observation alone is flawed. And consequently, the best evaluation work that's aimed at teacher support and improvement will use multiple data sources. And that's why we have 4 specific data sources included in the guidelines, and why we will feature those in the actual implementation. But
I think I understand correctly that you do not mandate. So I hear you. Observations are part of the code and therefore mandated here, but the student surveys and self-evaluation.
They are not mandated.
And am I also right? Is there anything in the guidelines about pre-observation conference or post-observation conference, which I understand to be part of the best practice for how to do observations well?
We have information about pre-conferences that's optional, and actually the research on pre-conferences has pros and cons to it. Not in every instance would we want to have a pre-conference. For example, an unannounced observation sometimes is much more healthy, helpful, and revealing than a planned observation, and it's more feasible to implement.
And am I right that the research shows that student surveys is one of the most helpful evaluation tools?
And the short answer is yes, absolutely.
But we're seeing that 61% don't use student surveys at all, and there's nothing in these guidelines that changes anything about. We encourage them, and you've given some great instrument suggestions, but there's nothing that changes the that will necessarily change that 61% not using student surveys.
The code doesn't speak to this issue, and we do not mandate it. We strongly recommend it. And the research is the empirical research is absolutely clear that students are some of the best evaluators of teacher effectiveness.
Ultimately, I hope that, and I understand we've got a phase 3 to come, but ultimately, I hope we will look at what some other states have done, both to get to great evaluations and to get to more consistent evaluations across the state. And maybe there's a way we can look to, if we have a default instrument, for instance, approach, such that we provide an instrument that would include student surveys, but that would allow localities to opt out under certain circumstances with justification, et cetera. But let me ask my last set of questions and then comment, and then I'd appreciate your response. My last set of questions is about on this question that Dr. Duran raised and that you all have discussed a little bit on the embedded cultural responsiveness standard versus single standard on cultural responsiveness. Is that something that there are the national best practices can help inform us on, either from what's going on in other schools or more generally in HR evaluation work? What do we know about what the research shows about the most effective way to help our teachers become more culturally responsive, embedding in a single standard versus, I'm a little bit worried that embedding it in a single standard as opposed to, as you said, the task force considered also the option of embedding it in multiple different standards. I'm a little worried that, that's going to be, cultural responsiveness is over here and not given its due in all the other standards. And I'd just be interested, is there any national best practice or research that can inform our work here?
Ms. Holton, in terms of evaluation, no. This is too new. There has been work going on for decades, and that has been accentuated much more recently in terms of culturally responsive practices. And we have taken that research to design what we have. But in terms of how to develop the evaluation system, we don't know on this issue. I can give you, though, a more generic answer that's not specifically about this new standard in terms of overall practice. And that is, no single standard is standalone. They're all interrelated. If we take the learning environment standard, it overlaps with instructional delivery and vice versa. So it's somewhat artificial to create standards. There is just the totality of quality teaching practice, but to bring sense and sensibility to it, to give operational definition to it, we must create the standards. And that's the real value of having this new standard. There is also danger of having too much overlap among all of the standards because it's double dipping for good or for bad, for advantage or disadvantage to a teacher. And we want to protect the best interest of teachers. That's another reason to be very cautious about too great of an overlap. For example, we could have put planning in every single standard, but we chose primarily to locate it in one place, and that's the model that we're following here.
So, and I'm sorry, I did remember one more area of questioning I meant to ask you about. Thank you for all that so far. Our portrait of an educator that we've been through some significant effort on in Virginia over the last couple of years. How did that play into the work of the task force here? And can you crosswalk some of the highlights of Portrait of Educator to the evaluation system that's being proposed today?
With your permission, I would like to defer to Ms. Pitts or to Dr. Lane, but just state that we attempted to consider all of the ongoing interlocking parts of the fabric of the work on what quality educators do. So we considered not only the portrait of the educator, but every other possible source that we had, such as the work on cultural responsiveness. So with that, if I may defer to you, Dr. Lane.
Yeah, I'll take that, Patty, if you want me to. And I actually have a comment going back to one of your other questions at the end. I'll make sure to try to remember as well. But certainly in all of the work we do, the profile of a graduate, the profile of a classroom, the profile of a teacher are center in our thoughts. Each of the individuals that we bring to the work group, we hope that they have a background in the broader knowledge of what's going on. But with the profile of an educator specifically, one of the major threads in that profile is a focus on equitable practices. And so, whereas the scope of this phase 2 was really narrowly focused on cultural competency and the summative rating piece, we embedded that with intentional thought about those profiles. But we really see the opportunity to take this work to the next level being in phase 3. And so that's, being completely honest, it was a priority, but it wasn't the primary priority. We see that as a primary priority of the way we move into phase 3. And so I'll stop there and see if you have any other questions on that, but I would like to address the consistency issue, if you'll allow me.
Please.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Yeah. So in the code section that Dr. Strong was referencing, he mentioned the requirement for, alignment to the curriculum, regular observation, so on and so forth. That code section also has a sentence in it that says that each division's evaluation system must be consistent with your guidelines. Doesn't have to say they have to use our guidelines exactly, but it does say it has to be consistent. And it also says that there has to be an overall summative rating, as a side note, if you don't know that. And so one of the things that you could do, and this is because I've had some offline conversations, I've been thinking about this related to some of your thoughts, specifically, Ms. Holton. One of the things the board could do is you could create, expectations for what consistency looks like. I don't know that I would do that here in phase 2. I think that's more of a phase 3 type project, but let's say that the board ultimately found student surveys to be so important, you could make a very direct statement that to maintain consistency with our guidelines, at a minimum, you must do these things. And I would defer to Susan on this. Potentially, you could even begin to regulate the evaluation system rather than do it through guidelines. But the code does say guidelines specifically, and so those are some options to think through. I think you'd have to get OAG opinion based on whatever you decided to do. Rather than talking in hypotheticals, I think they'd want to see specifics, but that's just a train of thought for you on that notion.
Ms. Holton, I wanted to just add as well to your question about national sort of best practice around cultural competency efficacy or evaluation for cultural competency. What Dr. Strong said is true, right? This is an emerging field of practice, though a critically important field of practice. So it's happening while we're doing it, while we're building it to a certain extent. with this change in our guidelines for teacher evaluation, Virginia will be a national leader in establishing both accountability and clear expectation around what we want to see our educators produce for students in the Commonwealth. And so there are some districts in different states and in different places who have begun this work, but to really set forth a statewide expectation of what this looks like really does position Virginia as a national leader. That said, that doesn't mean we don't do it, right? We don't move forward and push in an aggressive way for what we know is going to matter in terms of producing better outcomes for students. I'll also say that this isn't happening in a vacuum against other things that we're doing or other projects that are underway. And I think it's important to also discuss this in the frame of that context, right? So we have legislation currently moving through the General Assembly that mandates professional development, and the board will have to decide what that means and what that looks like. What is the professional development for educators and school leaders who will be doing these evaluations? What is the minimum criteria that the board is going to set forth? And so this is one part of sort of that bigger picture and that the bigger work that we're doing as a state to not just articulate expectations, but also to embed accountability to the expectations that we have for a high quality public education in the state.
Well, thank you all. Mr. Gecker, if I can take the floor for just another minute, I'd just like to comment. I do think there's been some good work here, but I'm very, very worried that the work in phase 2 is both simultaneously too much and too little. I think this final product is really, it's still an outdated approach to teacher evaluation. It's nowhere near what we want to be able to support. And I mean, we need to have a conversation about what we as the board think are the primary goals of teacher evaluation, but I would submit that one of them is supporting and retaining good teachers, so that teacher improvement piece is really, in light of our current teacher shortages, in light of where we are on the importance of teachers overall. I really feel like the teacher support and retention is probably the most important piece. And that to do that well, we would want a system that is really fundamentally about teacher improvement. So starts with a self-evaluation. And I would be prepared right now to mandate that it start with a self-evaluation. I do think the research supports that student surveys are extremely helpful criteria, but whether we mandate them or strongly encourage them through the use of a default instrument. I think that when we do observations, that I recognizing Dr. Strong, that sometimes there are reasons to do unscheduled observations, but that the norm ought to be a pre-observation conference so the teacher can have input as to what the observation is going to focus on, what the teacher is doing. Or it may have been that last year's evaluation would have helped set clear goals that the observations will then be consistent with. So I think it can be much more oriented towards teacher improvement. I also am not at all clear that this advances our goals significantly on making teacher evaluations useful in terms of guiding more, in terms of providing more consistency statewide so as to guide state and local policy making and resource allocation. Now, I don't really know whether that goal is achievable, and I think we as a board need to decide how much priority to put on that goal. But if we do want to be able to use these teacher evaluations to say, for instance, to see and respond to data on our all of our jurisdictions getting equal access to effective teachers, I think we're going to need to mandate much more consistency. And I don't know whether we want to go there or not. I think all of this is to say, I think it's urgent that we begin our phase 3 work, and that the phase 3 work be the most important piece. And I'm worried that this phase 2 work could almost, by looking like we're solving the big problems, when except for the adding of the equity, I'm not sure we really are, may slow down. I mean, we've got to do training on the interim, et cetera, rather than accelerate the work into phase 3. So I'm not sure the right resolution of all of that. Some of it is even just around messaging. And one suggestion on messaging is that maybe we roll out phase 2 guidelines. Maybe we call them interim right from the start. And maybe we roll them out as part of the beginning of phase 3 rather than as a distinct, that we announce the beginning of phase 3 and in the meanwhile, here are interim guidelines. So I'm getting into the thinking aloud part here, and I'm sure that's not helpful. But my main concern is that this is on the one hand too much, and on the other hand too little to be technical edits, and that will prevent us from getting into a time when we really look at what are the national best practices, because there's been a lot of development, not on the equity piece specifically. I understand what Dr. Strong and Leah are telling us on that, but more generally, there's been a lot of national research, a lot of best practices work. We've heard from Linda Darling-Hammond, for instance, about some of it on how we use evaluations to support our overall goals. And let's dive into that work as quickly as possible. And let's make sure what we're doing on this very, very limited basis doesn't deter, doesn't impact negatively the longer term work.
Okay, anybody else? Dr. Paxton, are you raising your hand? Yes, okay.
Hi, good morning. I want to try to offer some lucid thought here. I'm kind of connecting a few dots in my mind, but from an adult education standpoint, running the training organization at Newport News Shipbuilding, we deal with instructor evaluations quite intensely. And so just some perspectives that I'm bringing from that aspect of work, coupled with the fact that I'm not as informed other than these guidelines that have been provided and revised as far as the history or what has been tried or what is considered acceptable as far as a practice relative to teacher evaluation. So bear with me on that. But a couple of thoughts and questions about, number one, when I look at the guidelines, the initial and the revised, I don't see a whole lot about mentorship. And in regards to that, my thought process is okay, what opportunities or guidelines may there be to really strengthen the language around, number one, peer-to-peer mentorship, because we find that very valuable when instructors are really at the same level and actually at a different level, I'll get to in a minute, are really providing that peer-to-peer, a little bit more comfortable environment as far as instruction. And along the same lines, I tie that to the discussions and the guidelines, revisions we put in place for our standards of quality. And, number two in that was teacher, leader, and mentor program. And I pulled it up because really to Ms. Holton's point, one of the statements in that document was, comprehensive mentorship and induction programs can improve teacher retention and accelerate the professional growth of a teacher. So we made that an affirmation in our SOQs, but unless I'm missing it, I'm not really seeing a strong presence of mentorship in the guidelines. What I do see is, a reference to the use of optimal means of communication. I'm sorry, I see a reference to teacher evaluation should serve as a channel to provide targeted feedback, professional development, coaching, and mentorship to our teachers, which is, affirming its value. But when we get into even the evaluation criteria for the different performance standards, the only place I see mentors as a reference to teacher improvement is in standard 7, it might be 8 now, might be getting that mixed up, but basically teacher professionalism. And I see it only in the rating of a highly effective teacher, not in an effective teacher. And so it makes me question, well, wouldn't mentorship have implications for almost, if not all, of the standards, teacher planning, instruction, knowledge, learning, and would it only occur in highly effective and not ineffective? Will we not consider that as a standard of quality to be something standard at an effective teacher level that we would want to use as an assessment? So I guess my first thought is how much discussion was had by the work groups relative to mentorships? Am I missing some stronger level of intent in the guidelines? But I think there's an opportunity here to better connect the impact of teacher mentorships and teacher leaders to how teacher development happens. So that's my first thought.
Under the new area added to the proposed guidelines, under growth and improvement, there is a statement, certainly it could be strengthened, but it does say that teacher evaluation should serve as a channel to provide targeted feedback, professional development, coaching, and mentorship to our teachers. So that was one of the sections that was actually added to the document that's before you today. And you are absolutely correct. It is also referenced under the professionalism standard as well. So it is mentioned, but it is not, it's mentioned in 3 or 4 areas in the document itself.
And the only thing I'll add to that is there are also guidelines on teacher mentorship that kind of sit parallel to this. In fact, it's in the JLARC report, they reference some ways that we would update the methodology and guidance there. And of course, you know, we have a broad vision from the board to build an SOQ around this with significant resources, which also has not been funded at this time. And then the last piece I'd say is we really see mentorship being a part of the professional development work. And some of the thinking, if you recall, dating back 18 months, is we want to reshuffle our professional development work away from points only to focusing on specific areas. And that's an opportunity to address mentorship as well. So the evaluation is just one of maybe a couple places the board could take on more work there, but I think it's a great.
Okay, I appreciate that perspective. So I guess I just want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm hearing. Do we feel that we've connected that thread sufficiently in this work, or do we think there's some more opportunity there?
Oh, I would say we're taking your feedback and we're going to make enhancements based on what we hear today. So I would say we're taking your feedback and we'll come back in March with more thoughts on that.
Great.
So yes, we can do more, I think is more specific.
Okay. My second thought deals with the concept we refer to at the shipyard as value stream evaluations. Basically, who down the value stream is really going to be impacted by whether or not this training was effective or not. And you know, in training in general, Kirkpatrick's model of evaluation, there's typically 4 levels of that. The first level is the learner themselves, how did the learning impact them. Second level is an assessment, you know, have their knowledge improved, have their skills improved, can they show any proficiency? That's level 2. And then level 3 is the application of those skills. So someone else down the value stream is evaluating whether or not that retention stayed and it's still applicable. Has there been any growth? And so when I apply that, you know, shipyard, or not even shipyard, but that more, you know, elevated approach to learning, I guess you could say that we use in the industry today from a learning organization standpoint, to K-12, it makes me think about that teacher down the line, that 4th grade teacher.
4, 2, 4, 8.
I don't think that's me. Check all my devices, but that teacher down the line, that 4th grade teacher that now should be experiencing the results of what that 3rd grade teacher has been teaching. It gets back to the peer-to-peer, but it's a little bit different. Just curious if that approach or that model is something that would even be considered or appropriate or ever have been or what?
I'd have to defer to Dr. Strong on this from a research basis.
Dr. Paxton, both of your points I think are really interesting. If I could very quickly go back to your original point, I strongly concur that the value in evaluation is in support, growth, and development. And to do that, one place that we see some business in America going, large companies like Google and others, is in coaching, not just mentoring, but in coaching. And that is a different framework. We allude to that, we get into it to a degree, we highlight the importance of professional growth and development, not only in the document, but in the process of the evaluation and in the training. But it does not go as far as you're advocating, and I would absolutely support in terms of coaching and mentoring and tying all the various pieces together. Much more likely that would be a key feature of the phase 3. But in laying the groundwork for that, we still changed this document pretty substantially to feature growth and development, and we said it in multiple places and multiple times. Additionally, we have prepared for to roll out with this fact sheets. They're not part of the formal system, and there's materials that you haven't seen yet on how evaluation can be used to improve teacher performance. 4 different ones. How it can be used for teacher retention, how it can be used for student achievement, so downstreaming, if you will. How it can be used to coincide with meaningful PD. And I think that's the real flavor I think I'm hearing from you on both of your points. To me, downstreaming it's a business concept, but it is one that is applicable in education. It's embedded in the system, and it has been, but it can be highlighted much better. How do you have alignment from what happens with the value-added impact of a first grade teacher with a 4th grade teacher? And just in very practical terms, I don't mean to be saying too much here, but in very practical terms, if a child has an ineffective Algebra 1 teacher, I can pretty well guarantee you that's the last math class that kid's ever going to take, if at all possible, because of the impact of that teacher in value added. On the other hand, if that child has a teacher who is awakening and opens that child's mind to what can happen in math, what a difference it makes downstream. I think it is absolutely essential what we do now, and whatever you choose to do with phase 3 looks at this critical issue of how the impact of what is the impact. If evaluation has no impact, don't do it. Just get out of the business of evaluation if it doesn't have an impact. So I really concur with where you're leaning and where you're wanting to go. That doesn't answer all the questions for today. We can certainly highlight more on professional development. It appears to me, though, that has to be, if I'm hearing every conversation I've had with the state superintendent, I think speaks to this, that the issue of coaching, mentoring, professional growth, teacher support is what this game is all about.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and context to what I was trying to communicate. So thank you.
No, Ms. Holton had her hand up. We've been doing this 2 hours, 15 minutes, and I'm getting texts from people saying, can we take a break? Would it be possible, Dr. Strong, for you to hang on if we took a 10-minute break?
Absolutely.
And, the rest of the board, is that okay? This is clearly an important item for us. It's core to what we're doing next. And so I would like to not, give it a short treatment because we need a break. So what if we're back at 12:25? Is that okay? Okay, we're going to stand in recess then.
If I were to apply for this and receive funding for it, I were to be selected, I'm going to do a whole lot of work in advance, and I'm going to start on it. I'll hire not me, but I'm going to pay somebody to start doing a lot of the background research on this. They have to have a lot of the same elements.
Hey, Dr. Strong, just
In fact, the state law requires certain elements. It would have been easier.
You may
Fine,
want
right
to
now.
mute your lines while we're during the break.
Patty, I just muted him.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll get started in a minute. I don't see Dr. Duran, Ms. Holton.
Dr. Mann's not back yet.
Or Dr. Mann, yes, thank you.
There she is.
I'm here. I just turned my camera on in a minute. Sorry.
Okay. I think everybody is back because Ms. Holton did turn her camera on briefly.
Yep.
That she was here.
And I think when we left, Ms. Holton was going to take the floor and ask a few questions or follow up on some things.
Well, so shall I jump in, Mr.
Please.
Decker?
Yes.
So I'm really just, I think I've shared the thoughts I need to share, except one response to Keisha, which is just remembering how much thought has been put into how to effectively support quality workers in the corporate sector is part of the kinds of knowledge that the national world on teacher evaluation is trying to figure out how to take advantage of, and we should. There's so much good thinking going on there, and how we tie this evaluation work into professional development and other formal and informal forms of development. All of which is, as I said before, I'm really eager to get us to phase 3 and to make it clear to the public that we're ready to take a major stab at doing this work and aligning it with our work on portrait of the graduate, portrait of an educator, portrait of a graduate, and on professional development, et cetera. So all of that, I'm just trying to figure out how to best get us to that work and not have this work derail that work at all or forego options for that work. And I do wonder, I tossed out the suggestion earlier and I'd be interested in others' responses, but what about the idea, instead of getting too bogged down on the language on this one, what about we accept the task force's good work pretty much as is? Maybe there's some wording changes that can come out of the discussions today, but try to push it forward next month for final, but label it interim and roll it out with an announcement of the beginning of phase 3 so that there's no lack of clarity that this is but a step on the larger pathway. And I don't know that that's the magic right way to do it. I'm just tossing that out as a possibility. I think we all agree that we've got bigger work to come.
I think that's really the heart of this issue, right? Is that where does this fit into the bigger work? You know, our comprehensive work plan has, as I think item 2, teacher and building leadership. You know, we dealt with equity and pieces of teachers. You know, sort of in the first round, we prescribed the SOQs as a result of that work. And sort of the next natural thing for us to turn to is, you know, a more comprehensive look at teachers and building leadership, both of whom, you know, through the research, both of which through the research have got, you know, really the most significant, you know, impact on student outcomes. And really, you know, from my perspective, and I've said this a lot while I've been on this board, you know, the goal is to provide better outcomes for our students, and everything else is a tool to that end, right? You know, having effective teachers is a tool that gets us to the goal of better outcomes for our kids. And then the question is, how, excuse me, how do we improve teacher effectiveness? And, you know, Dr. Strong, something you said was, well, if the evaluations aren't going anywhere or aren't making a value add, why are we doing them? And honestly, you know, and this is not about the work of the task force, but it is about how this fits into the overall system. If we don't link this to professional development, if we don't use this to set the expectations of what ought to be done, and frankly, if we don't use this to bring more uniformity throughout the Commonwealth of, you know, expectations from the board about how kids ought to be taught, and, you know, Anne brings up correctly teacher retention. You know, in my experience on the business side of the world, people like places where they get feedback and are given opportunities to improve. And here, it seems like we're giving feedback, and this is not a criticism again of this piece of work, because it, you know, the conversation is going to morph now into the broader discussion of what does the board's work plan really look like, around that area, which includes that piece, which is teacher evaluation. And to Ann's point also, you know, it's always great going after Ann speaking because she says everything I wanted to say, and normally, and I don't really have to elaborate much, but and you know, James and Dr. Strong and Patty, you're going to have to give me a better feel for, if we do this, how much work does it impose upon the locals? If we think that later on we're going, you know, and do we want to do that if we think that later on we're going to make changes to an evaluation system based upon what we find might make it more effective? You know, we talk about observations. You know, I know some board members have talked preliminarily about you know, other places that require training for observers as opposed to just, you know, principals walking in or superintendents walking in. You know, does that make it more effective? Can we mandate? And I know James just sort of said no, student evaluations, right? I mean, he says, well, we can only do guidelines. You know, in the scope of where we're going, if we believe that, as an example, student evaluations are an important tool, can the board mandate it? Can we effectively link this? And, you know, what are we going to do with the whole field of professional development, where, as I understand it, we really don't have any mandates as to, you know, if a teacher is considered weak in area X, that we are able to mandate and provide training in area X to improve the effectiveness of that teacher. And so, you know, I don't know the answer to this, much as Ann just said. I don't think we ought to be doing a lot if we think that the next field of endeavor for the board, which I think this is going to be, that is the whole teacher effectiveness piece, is going to incorporate this. I don't want to put a lot out that makes people have a lot of changes and then say, oh, gee, 2 years from now, we're going to shift gears because we now have a more holistic approach to the issue of teacher effectiveness and retention. Like I said, I'm way outside my field here, so those in the education universe are going to have to explain this to me a little bit better.
Mr. Gacker,
I'll take,
okay.
Go ahead, Patty.
Ms. Pitts?
My first response is that I think we do need to do something now, because I think it's critically important that we include in the performance standards culturally responsive teaching and equitable practices. And I don't think we want to wait until we have a development of a new system to incorporate that in the expectations for teachers, principals, and superintendents across the state. That is the primary and major change in the document that you have before you. Dr. Lane?
Patty, I think you kind of said what I was going to say. I think that we all want to get to this much more impactful teacher growth and evaluation system. And I do believe that will take a few years. I mean, procurement alone will take a long time at the state, if any of you know how that goes. But I don't think our students can wait for us to begin to make culturally relevant practices in their classroom a priority. And so, you know, the scope of phase 2 was really limited around that. Now, in terms of how much work that is going to be for locals, I won't say that it won't be a lot of work, but it's really important work, and it's work that's already starting to go on in their school divisions. And so I think that this will actually support the efforts that they have to move things forward in a very intentional way, which is why I think getting the language very intentional, as you mentioned, is important. And then the other thing that I would say is, you know, there's a bill certainly being supported by the governor's office around, you know, requiring evaluations to have some of these components in addition to the training piece. And I wouldn't want to slow down our progress on phase 3 to come back in 3 months and go right back into this conversation on embedding this in the evaluation when we're ready to do that and show that we're leading on this. And so those are my general thoughts on your question, Mr. Gecker. But your point around, you know, now that the board has finished SOQs and SOAs and everything else, this is absolutely #1 priority for the department, and certainly we hope will be #1 priority for the board to get it right. We just want to do it slowly enough that we truly get it right and we allow the research basis to grow with us as we do it.
Gecker?
Yes, Dr. Duran?
And I would just like to double down and echo what Ms. Pitts and Dr. Lane said. And I think that even as we move forward in this very important work, as Ms. Holton was talking about, and Dr. Pexton, some of the elements with regards to mentorship and coaching, this element of what's been done here, which is to include cultural responsive and equitable practices, is not something that's going to change over that work. I would hope, as one board member, I would hold strong, and as one board member, I would say this is something that needs to be an integral part of that. I do think that the change also with regards to revising the rating levels from exemplary, proficient, et cetera, to highly effective, effective, approaching effective, ineffective, will help us on that next trajectory of where we need to go with regards to getting us to have evaluations truly be about supporting teacher performance and growth, and helping us use evaluation as a tool and not as a got you measure. So I do think there are some initial steps of those two that have been done in this work. That's not to say, and I agree, I won't repeat everything that's already been said about the ongoing long-term work that needs to happen. But this, to me, I viewed it as I looked through this and as I listened to Dr. Strong and Ms. Pitts, I viewed this as a beginning step towards that, and a necessary one, and one that's in the right direction. I know it might sound simple, but to me, as a practitioner using this, I think it's very substantive, that change from exemplary to highly effective. I think that is going to help us on this path that we're all seeking, that I've heard all of my colleagues comment on. And again, the cultural responsive and equitable practices piece is so necessary. Yes, as Dr. Lane said, for some divisions, it will be extra work, but for many school divisions, they're beginning this, and I think will embolden even more and prioritize and raise the level of what I've always said, what's monitors gets done. And if we have an effective tool that we can use in that way, I think that this is on the right track. So I'm kind of saying what my colleagues have said, but also wanting to add that I am supportive of where we're going. I do think NACE 3 is going to be much more in-depth and more substantive work, but I don't want to pause and I want, as one more member, say that this, I acknowledge Ms. Pitts and Dr. Strong, that this has been a positive step in that way. And I think it is more connected than not. And I think it does put us on the right trail. We're not at the end, but it's on the right trail.
Dr. Wilson?
Just a suggestion for framing. So I appreciate Ms. Holton's suggestion about kind of nodding toward a bridge, so we're moving forward, but we're headed, we're not going, there's not a definitive start and stop, right? This is ongoing, this continuous thing. So maybe one way to do that, it's a question or a suggestion. In the front matter of the guidelines themselves, could we talk about the profile of an educator? Is that a place for that conversation to begin, to outline all of the various pieces that we're talking about, the need for professional development, mentoring and coaching, and all. So put all of that into the front matter of this document as one piece of a bigger whole that's going to then be fleshed out over time. That may help indicate to those in the field we're not done, but it also then allows us to continue moving forward on some of these items that are brought forward with the revisions that we have in front of us.
President Gecker?
Yes, Ms. Davis-Vaught.
As an elementary school principal, I think we are right on track, and I echo everyone's statements. This is a great time to do this. It's a great time to move forward. And I fully support what we're doing, and I just appreciate everyone's discussions and points that you're bringing up. And to your points, I totally agree with you that we need to be thinking outside of the box moving forward and really truly looking at what more we can do. But at this point in time, stage 2, I think we're on point.
If I may just, if I can just endorse Jamel's, Dr. Wilson's suggestion of adding some front language. And I would also suggest adding the word interim to the guidelines. And that front language could say that this set of changes contains 2 important steps forward on cultural responsiveness and on the effectiveness language. and some technical edits, the board affirms its intent to expeditiously work towards a wholesale new look in light of Portrait of a Graduate, in light of professional development requirements, in light of national best practices. But if the department is comfortable with that approach, I can certainly live with that approach. And the one thing we don't want to do is slow anything down on that. So I'm all for getting this round done. I think the task force has done good work on this round. I don't mean to take away from that. And I thank Dr. Duran for reminding us that. So we can affirm that work and also include language so that nobody is surprised. We're going to train them on these changes, but we're also going to start right away on the next round.
Dr. Mann?
Actually, thank you, President Gecker. I think the use of interim was helpful because I certainly wondered about the multiple methods comment. I do think that when I first read the materials and saw that the science talked about the importance of multiple methods, but really it was being highly recommended. And I mean, that was a conversation that happened very early on with Ms. Holton's comments. So interim satisfies it because I thought once you approve this, that means that's done and you don't get to go back to that. You're focusing more on the system. So I certainly support all that's been said about a way forward.
Okay, well, this item is here on first review. So we'll have another chance I guess in March to talk about this again. Appreciate everybody's time and effort on this. A lot of the comments of the board here are really not geared to the work product, but geared to where we view ourselves in this topic in the context of where we view ourselves right now. And so although some of it comes off as, we're questioning the work, that's not really what's at issue. What's at issue is, as we seek to, facilitate having teachers be more effective throughout the Commonwealth, how does this piece fit into that overall whole? And so we're very appreciative of this. My expectation is that in March, we will move forward with it. I think there's some work to do between now and March to add some things to the document to make it more clear, again, not what the document is doing, but where the document fits into the overall framework of where we're going. Is that helpful, Ms. Pitts and Dr. Strong, I hope?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gecker and board members. We appreciate the feedback.
Okay, well, thank you all. That was item G of Z. Remember, we have we didn't go into the Greek letters this time, but we did finish the normal, or our alphabet anyway. I guess I shouldn't be so Eurocentric. We finished our alphabet. And so we're going to move on, I think, unless there's anything else that anybody's just burning to say. I don't see anybody, so we will move on to item H. And thank you all very much. First review of an addendum and waiver to Virginia's consolidated plan under ESSA. Dr. Malik.
Thank you, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, Dr. Lane, and members of the board. Good afternoon. I'm here to present under first review a proposed addendum and waiver to Virginia's consolidated state plan under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So just a little information about, as a reminder of the catalyst for what we're going to discuss today. In March, the United States Department of Education allowed a waiver for assessment requirements for the 2019-2020 school year, as well as a pause on accountability and school identification requirements for comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement in the 2020-2021 school year, with the assurance that those designations from the 2019-2020 school year would be maintained for the 2020-2021 school year. It also allowed a waiver to certain reporting requirements under ESSA. So due to that waiver, USED has acknowledged that that might mean a state is unable to implement its accountability system in the fall of 2021. Therefore, through that acknowledgement, they have presented a streamlined state plan addendum. And the purpose of the addendum is to concentrate and identify those areas that might be a concern for states due to the waiver of March 2020. And rather than a full amendment process, this puts it all in one place so that states could go in and just select those items that they need an amendment for a one-year change. The 3 items that Virginia is submitting under this, would like to submit under this addendum, is a shift forward of our measures of interim progress and long-term goals of a year to move the target from this year into future years. Also to adjust a possible calculation for a 3-year average, and to explore a shift of the timeline for the next federal identification period, which is currently set for the fall of 2021 using data from this school year. So we would like to shift that a year. I'll go into these 3 in just a little bit more detail. One is the shift of the timeline for the long-term goals and measures of interim progress. If you recall, we have long-term goals and measures of interim progress for the achievement indicators for our federal graduation rate, chronic absenteeism, and progress towards English language attainment. The original plan set the long-term goals at the conclusion of the 2023-2024 school year. So this addendum would allow us to shift that 1 year, and our measures of interim progress are the points that schools could meet in order to meet that goal. And again, we would be able to shift those a year. As an example, this is a snapshot of our long-term goal and measure of interim progress table for English. And this is not comprehensive. Of course, we have measures of interim progress and long-term goals for all student groups. But just to give you an idea of what this might look like, I just took some of those rows. So if you notice, the data year of 2019-2020 is blacked out due to that waiver of March. But then we would take the goals that were expected in that year and shift them forward to the 2020-21 school year, et cetera. And you'll see that our long-term goals are also shifted a year. Now, our measures of interim progress and long-term goals under Virginia Consolidated State Plan can be met either through a current year rate or a 3-year rate. The 3-year rate in the ESSA plan for our academic indicators of reading and math include the current year and the 2 previous years. So the addendum would request a modification to that to designate and be more clear that it may not be the 2 previous years. It would be years where data is available. Now, as I stated previously, the federal identification categories for school improvement are comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement. It is important to note that under Virginia's Consolidated State Plan, not all schools will receive a federal accountability rating. So we're only speaking to schools that would be designated within these 3 categories. And so the adjustment, the addendum would allow, again, as a shift in identification. The Virginia Consolidated State Plan defines the period of identification for comprehensive support and improvement and additional targeted support and improvement schools. That period of identification is every 3 years. If that timeline were to be maintained, we would result in the need to identify CSI and ATSI schools in the fall of 2021 using data from 2020-2021. The addendum would allow us to shift this forward 1 year so that the next identification cycle of CSI and ATSI schools would take place in the fall of 2022. However, there is a 3rd identification of targeted support and improvement schools. The timeline for identification for this is not under the state's discretion. Rather, it's codified in the Every Student Succeeds Act as a yearly identification. So this is where the waiver would come in. Because it is in the Every Student Succeeds Act, we cannot modify that through an addendum to the plan. So we would need to request a waiver to also shift that additional identification for TSI schools so that the next identification would take place in the fall of 2021. This is primarily because our definition of TSI in the Consolidated State Plan is to identify consistently underperforming student groups. And we feel that it would be most appropriate to move that a year, to forego identification so that we can have 2 years of consistency. However, as I noted in the waiver from March, the schools that were identified continue to be identified this year. So within the addendum, we would like to make clear that we would like to offer the opportunity for ATSI schools and CSI schools to exit identification statuses in the fall of 2021. For the ATSI schools, they would need to, for the student groups who are identified, they would need to meet those measures of interim progress, which we spoke of a little bit earlier. However, the CSI school exit criteria would need to undergo a modification to not include accreditation status for 2021-22, chronic absenteeism rates for 2020 and 2021, and student growth rates. So that is the proposed addendum and proposed accompanying waiver for TSI school identifications. At this time, I'd like to pause for questions.
Are there any questions? And thank you very much, Dr. Malik. I actually also appreciate that your microphone is much better today than yesterday. So
I worked on that, part of reflection and improvement.
there you go. Dr. Wilson?
Julie, thank you very much. I think I understand what you're proposing here, but I just want to maybe process a little bit out loud and make an observation. The flexibility that we may have and may exercise could in fact keep us from providing necessary supports to new schools and or students in those schools because we are delaying the identification of those schools for TSI support, et cetera, by a year. Is that it? I mean, it's kind of the downside perhaps of what it is we're proposing. Am I right in that?
Yes, so we would delay that identification another year. That's true.
And in essence, support for those students in those schools that may need the support. So that's, for me, that's something that I'm grappling with. I understand what we're trying to do and why it may make sense, but certainly that's kind of an unintended consequence, if you will.
I think that's a fair point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if we don't make the change? Make the request?
We would need to modify our system of accountability probably to address the lost year in 2019-2020 for the purpose of identification in the fall of 2021. We would need to ensure that there are no unintended consequences of using some data that may or may not be available, and we'd need to explain that clearly to the Department of Education. I see Shelley's popped on. She may have additional information on that.
Gecker, if I may, I think in terms of Dr. Wilson's comment about support to the schools, I believe our Office of School Quality is continuing to support schools and to look at how they are performing on the various indicators. You know, while accreditation is waived, for example, they are still working with those schools and looking at their data and making sure that they get the support they need. So, not to speak for that office, Dr. Lane may want to chime in, but I believe the intent is to continue to provide the required support.
If I may follow up, and Dr. Lane, I know you're going to respond, but I want, it is possible that there could be additional schools that could be identified as students as needing support compared to the current cohort of schools that we are providing support to through TSI, CSI, all of the acronyms, right? So I guess I'm thinking, Shelley, about students who are, or schools that are currently not identified who may end up in this category of schools who qualify for additional assistance. That's the group that I'm thinking about.
And Dr. Lane may want to chime in, but I think the intent of our new mission of the Office of School Quality is to look at indicators and to support schools where they need it, regardless of their identification. And Dr. Lane, I'll stop now and let you chime in.
Yes, we're still building that model, and so I hesitate to get too far ahead, but one of the models we're trying to emulate, for instance, is in North Carolina, where we build a case management system to support schools regardless of their status, while we still do the compliance work with those that are under status. And so I think more will come on that in the next 6 months. We're certainly going to update you on the JLARC progress across all 3 studies, and a lot of depth probably at the March meeting. But yes, as part of this new model we're building, the idea will be that the department will be seen as providing technical assistance to all schools, and that we really, tailor intensive services to those identified.
Anybody else have any comments or questions? I just asked, would there be sufficient data available? And I know the answer may just be no, to modify the, to not get the timeline shift, and to sort of use other data to take its place for our goals?
Well, I mean, we would have to evaluate the data available in our multi-tier system. Of course, growth is part of the model, and since we did not have scores last year, that would cause an issue. That is one of our multi-steps. Also, chronic absenteeism is our only school quality and student success indicator that we could use since accreditation has been waived. So those are the 2 items that are in our multi-tiered system of identification that we would definitely need to evaluate. And if chronic absenteeism is a concern, we would not have a school quality and student success indicator. So we would need to evaluate that system.
So, I mean, as I'm hearing this, if we don't do this, there really is no good alternative, in terms of changing the accountability system. No, we almost have to do this. And I understand Dr. Wilson's point. I appreciate Dr. Wilson's point. I'm just trying to understand, if you carry it out, what else could we do? And it doesn't seem like there's a good alternative to what else we can do. And it's not to diminish the point, just to sort of lay out the options more plainly.
Yeah, what I would say to that is, I mean, we could go back to the drawing board and explore some more creative options, but we have explored a lot of considerations in coming to these recommendations, and certainly are bringing you what we think is the best path forward.
And President Gecker, I am satisfied that there is no good alternative.
Okay.
I'm acknowledging, though, that there is potentially an unintended consequence, absent our knowing kind of the bigger picture plan in terms of providing additional supports. So I understand exactly where we are, but did think it important to acknowledge the unintended consequence.
Yeah, all I'm trying to do is explore, given the potential adverse consequences, there a way to not have it, and there does not seem to be one. That's that wouldn't have other issues that are potentially worse. So with that having been said, I guess we take this on first review, and thank everybody for their participation in that. Item I, First review of revisions to the approval process for multi-division online providers.
Good morning, or actually afternoon, Mr. Gecker, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Lane, and members of the board. I really do appreciate your time. I'll try to keep the ball rolling as fast as possible as I bring to you the first review of revisions to the proposed revisions to the approval process for multi-division providers in Virginia. What's important to understand, let me see if I can get my screen to advance here. Important to understand is a little bit of background is that the multi-division online provider application and process for approval was first approved by the Board of Education in 2010. And currently there are 19 multi-division online providers in Virginia, 17 of which are private and 2 are public school divisions. An approved school divisions may contract with approved multi-division online providers to provide online services for students in Virginia public schools. And since the inception of the first application process, a number of things in the virtual learning environment have changed, and especially in the past year during the pandemic. And most important in those changes were the increases in the number of students served statewide, and specifically in the area of elementary students. When the application and approval process was first approved, it was really focused on providing services to secondary students in Virginia. And now that really has shifted to a number of elementary school students, as well as there's been a number of changes to data reporting and security requirements. So I'm going to go through just a few of the summary. This presentation is available and posted, but we'll start with the first one, talking about the process itself. Is that currently approved MOPS will not need to reapply. It would only be for those that have expired, their approval has expired, and it'll be an ongoing monitoring each year in order to keep them approved based on the documentation that they provide. A substantive change to the process would be the requirement of staffing. So in the original language, there was a focus on serving secondary students, which put a requirement of reasonable ratios serving students, but not exceeding 150 students per FTE, per teacher. So that when you talk about elementary students, there are certain requirements that are much more stringent, and the student-teacher ratio is smaller in elementary classrooms. These changes would require them to adhere to all standards of quality and standards of accreditation in the area of staffing. In data and reporting, it would require the approved MOPS to provide additional data in addition to what they have currently been providing, and ensure it clarifies language that ensures that they're meeting state and federal requirements, including FERPA. In the world of accountability, it focuses on making sure and clarifying and ensuring that there is written policies and procedures when it comes to reporting student participation and progress, grading and reporting, and transmission of data, as well as other data elements and requirements, both state and federal. The original approval process included nothing on equity. And so there was new language added to be sure that there is representation and affirmation of diverse groups from different rings of culture. In the area of student services, there was a need to be sure that to require that in their contracts with school divisions, that it is very clear and explicit upon whom the provision of services for all of these students does lie. And that would include students with disabilities, EL students, students coming from underrepresented populations, or those in need of special services. In the area of technology, it's really the focus was on updating language because of changes in technology, and also in business rules when it comes to delivering content, the management system, data reporting, and specifically being sure that support is available to parents and guardians as they help their students working in an online setting. Finally, in the area of course submission and alignment, the multi-division online providers often provide services in the area of CTE. So the word competencies was also added to the course alignment, and not just aligned with standards, but also competencies. And the 90% requirement of alignment was continued and also extended to the areas of the competencies. So with that, the superintendent does recommend that the Board of Education receive for first review the proposed revisions.
Okay, are there any, thank you very much, Mr. Bowling. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any.
Whoops.
Oh,
President Gecker.
yes, please.
Hi, I have a quick question. Thanks so much for the presentation, Mr. Bowling. Just wondered, you mentioned that there's been an uptick and use of these kinds of services with elementary students. And I'm just curious if you could shed some light on that from a year-over-year perspective. I know you indicated that these entities typically target secondary students. I was really just curious to get some perspective on the uptick that you've noticed.
Are you interested in the number of the increase in the number of students served in the elementary setting?
Number and percent would be great if you have it.
Right. So as compared to last and previous years, the increases are about a magnitude of 5 times the amount that have been previously served. And so with one provider in particular, I know that it's moved from around 2,000 in previous years to over 10,000.
Wow. I'd also like to just say it's terrific to see that the department is honing in on this and really focusing on aligning what should be happening in these spaces given the reality of the pandemic. So that's a huge uptick, and to hear that there's some efforts to really ensure that what's happening in those spaces really comports with the kinds of learning experiences we hope children will be experiencing is so important. So thank you so much for sharing that.
My pleasure.
And Michael, just for clarity, that's 2,000 to 10,000 total across K-12 with that vendor, not just elementary, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. That is true. Yes. And if Meg and Reggie are on the call, they might be able to clarify specifically in elementary. Maybe they aren't. I don't have the data in front.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Bowling. And so I don't have the exact numbers as far as the increase in just elementary. That is something that we can certainly get to you via email. But I can say that we know that it has increased a lot because of the pandemic. And so we're seeing a lot more interest as far as parents inquiring through DOE about opportunities for their students. So we do know that that has increased. And again, we can get you those numbers if you'd like.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody else? I don't see anybody, so thank you very much, Mr. Bowling, and everybody else. And we will accept that for first review. Item J, first review of recommended cut scores for substitute tests for verified credit in reading and writing. Ms. Loving.
President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. I am on the phone, Mr. Gecker, so if you all cannot hear me, let me know and I'll try to get closer to it. I know that I am standing between you and your progression through the alphabet, so I will do this as quickly as possible. This is on first review. It is recommended changes to the cut scores for tests that are currently on your list of substitute tests. As a reminder, the SOA gives you all the authority to approve substitute tests that can be used for students for verified credit. As you all know, you all did adopt new English standards in 2017, and we're administering new SOL reading tests this year. Because of that, it was necessary to review the cut scores for the existing substitute tests. We did convene a group of teachers to do that. For the most part, they verified the existing cut scores. There are a couple of changes for the advanced proficient and one technical change to recognize that one of the tests has a numeric scale as well as an alpha scale. There is one change in the ACT when it's used as a substitute test for writing. ACT has added a writing test, so we did make a change to acknowledge that addition. For the most part, these are fairly routine reviews, and so, Mr. Gecker, this is on first review, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Mr. Gecker.
Dr. Duran, haven't we learned not to mess with cut scores, Dr. Duran?
I have a question. I'm not messing with it. Just want to be clear what I heard. So, Ms. Living-Ryder, if I heard you correctly, and I was looking at the chart right now, it looks like 3 or 4 of the substantive changes are in the advanced, past advanced, and they raised it slightly, and that was as a recommendation of the teacher work group. Is that correct?
Those are the recommendations of the teacher work group.
And they were to raise it 1 point. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, what you see in the chart are the recommendations of the teacher work group.
Great, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? I don't see anybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Item K, first review of child abuse and neglect recognition and intervention curriculum guidelines. Dr. Hollins?
Thank you so much, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, board members, and Dr. Lane. I'm here to present for your first review the Child Abuse and Neglect Recognition and Intervention Training Curriculum Guidelines. As many of you know, beginning in 2003, these guidelines require compliance with anybody renewing licensure or initial licensure to complete a module that really encapsulates a very wide berth of information. And given some of the legislative changes that have happened in recent years, which we've detailed for you within this item, it's been necessary for us to update these guidelines as well as work with our partners across the state, including the Department of Social Services, to provide a free recognition and intervention online course for educators that meets the requirements of these approved guidelines. This module was last updated in 2018, and this course already meets many of the new requirements that you'll see within the proposal before you. Of course, as a partner in the development of these guidelines, the Department of Social Services will work alongside the Virginia Department of Education to ensure the updates to the course fully comply with all new requirements once you approve. So this information is before you today. The State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board receive for first review the proposed revisions. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns or provide any next steps for follow-up. Thank you, President Gecker.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any, Dr. Hollins, so thank you very much for the presentation, and I guess we'll see you next month for the final.
Thank you so much. Don't forget about School Counseling Week and Virginia Kindness Week in the interim. Great to see you guys.
Well, I have them on my calendar, but thanks for the reminder. Item L, first review of revised guidelines for policies on concussions in students. Hello, Ms. Wiggin.
Hello. Good afternoon, President Gecker, members of the board, Dr. Lane. I am delighted to present for first review the proposed guidelines for policies on concussions in students. The 2019 General Assembly amended the code to require the Board of Education to collaborate with various stakeholders and biannually update its guidelines on policies to inform and educate coaches, students, and parents about the risk of concussions and provide guidance on evidence-based protocols for return to learn and return to play. On behalf of the Board of Education, several meetings were convened with clinicians, neuroscientists, researchers, and other key stakeholders identified in the legislation. The Concussion Review Committee's recommendation included in attachments A and B add progressive, research-based approaches to physical rest, returning to learning, and screen time. They emphasize early recognition, appropriate response to concussions, and monitoring ongoing or new symptoms. They support a multidisciplinary management approach with appropriate healthcare providers directing the student's recovery in collaboration with educational professionals, differentiating academic supports. They enhance phase guidance protocols for a stepwise gradual increase in physical and cognitive demands without a return of symptoms that allow students to heal while continuing their education. And they also add physical therapists licensed by the Virginia Board of Physical Therapy to the Board of Education's list of appropriate licensed healthcare providers. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the Board of Education receive for first review the proposed revisions to the guidelines for policies on concussions in students. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions? See, this is the benefit of presenting at the later hours of the board meeting. They're all worn out.
So President Gecker, I was actually thinking, you know, we certainly don't want staff to think that we are uninterested, but some of these are just so straightforward. So sorry about that.
That's all right. We are very interested, and but it is fairly straightforward. So thank you for the presentation, and we will see you also next month. The board will take this on first review.
Thank you.
Okay, item M. First review of the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensures recommendation for a passing score in the Praxis or for the Praxis Middle School Science Test for the Middle Education 6-8 Science Endorsement. Ms. Pitts.
Yes, I'm back. Good afternoon, President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. First, I'm pleased to introduce to you Malik McKinley, who is also on the call today. He is from the Educational Testing Service. He is a Director of Client Relations. You've not met him previously. He's not new to ETS, but he is fairly new to Virginia as our representative from the Educational Testing Service. So thank you, Malik, for joining us today. Currently, as you know, the Board of Education requires assessments for initial licensure, Virginia Communication and Literacy Assessment, as well as Praxis subject assessments. And one of those we are reviewing today, as well as the Reading for Virginia Educators test required for specified endorsement. The proposed recommendation from the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure is to set a passing score for the Praxis Middle School Science 5442 test for the Middle Education 6-8 Science endorsement. This test will be required for individuals who are seeking an initial license with an endorsement in Middle Education 6-8 Science, with the exception of those individuals who apply for a license who have a full credential with no deficiencies from other states who are not required by law to take those assessments. It's also used as an option. Individuals who take and pass the test may add an endorsement in Middle Education 6-8 Science, so they can take this test and add the endorsement to their existing license. You receive the multi-state standard setting technical report and the Praxis study companion. ETS revised its assessment for the middle school science test, and the Praxis Middle School Science 5442 will replace the Praxis 5440 test that we are currently using. A multi-state standard study was designed and conducted by ETS to support the decision-making process of education agencies establishing a passing score for this test. We did participate in the multi-state standard setting panel. You received the multi-state panel's recommended passing score of 152. ABTEL is recommending a passing score of 147, which is one conditional standard error of measurement below the recommended score. This is a new test, and the middle school science area is a critical shortage area of teachers in Virginia. Therefore, ABTEL is recommending 1 CSEM below the standard panel's recommendation, and this is not unlike other recommendations from ABTEL that have previously been approved by the Board of Education. So the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education receive for first review the recommendation of ABTEL to establish a cut score for the Praxis Middle School Science 5442 test. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And Mr. McKinley is also with us today.
Well, welcome, Mr. McKinley, and thank you, Ms. Pitts. Are there any questions from the board?
No questions, but just thank you, Mr. McKinley and Ms. Pitts, for leading this and bringing forward recommendations from our committee, and look forward to supporting this. Middle school science is an area that is of great need, and happy that we're working and focusing on this. So thank you, Mr. McKinley and Ms. Pitts, for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't see anybody, so we will accept this on first review and see you in March, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. Okay, item N, first review of approval of timeline for the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, Superintendent Lane, and distinguished members of the Board of Education. My name is Tina Mazzacane. I'm the Mathematics Coordinator in the Office of STEM and Innovation at the Department of Education. And I'm very excited to be here today to talk to you about the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative, or what we call VMPI. Last year, we came to you in January at one of your work sessions and talked about VMPI, gave you a little bit of a preliminary overview of the initiative. And we did seek feedback from you at that time to further develop the proposed changes. So today I'm here to update you regarding the progress of the initiative, to describe some considerations from some of the stakeholders that we've had a chance to speak to, and to seek your approval and feedback in moving forward with actions to support implementation of the initiative.
And Tina, I'm trying to pull up your presentation. I'm having trouble again. So I may need to hop off real quick and give Dr. Lane hosting controls, but we will get it up kind of ASAP once I'm able to figure out. We were having problems this morning too.
Okay, well, I can keep talking and
all of us have it linked with the board pack. So.
Yes.
Well, and Emily, if you make me the host, I can share my screen till you get back, and just let me know when you're back, and we'll switch it back over to you.
Yeah, and just for the board as well as the public board members, it is linked in your board book, and for the public, it is also on the website.
And I'm assuming, board members, you can see my screen now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Great.
All right, I will see if I can't find a quick way to make this large. Okay, go ahead, Tina.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lane. If you could forward, I am on the next slide, I believe. All right, great. As you may recall, the Virginia Math Pathways Initiative is a joint initiative among the Virginia Department of Education, the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia, and the Virginia Community College System. It's a multi-phased project, and it focuses on ensuring that all students have equitable access to high-quality math instruction, and it really seeks to strengthen the articulation between K-12 and post-secondary opportunities for our students when it comes to mathematics. So on the next slide, we wanted to let you know that this initiative is grounded in the belief that every student should be empowered and engaged as a mathematical learner. We want them to experience success in math. We want them to become fully prepared to meet the quantitative demands of the future lives and careers that they're going to have. However, we know that there's a lot of stories about students who are matriculating through K-12 mathematics public education programs across the country that really don't reflect these beliefs. So Dr. Lane, I will probably click through these. I don't know if they're animated or not. It doesn't look like it, but I'm going to read through some of these stories because they kind of paint a picture for us about math education in the nation. Somewhere in the United States, there's a recent high school graduate who excitedly starts her first semester in college. While she passed advanced mathematics courses in her senior year of high school, her university informs her that she is not college ready in mathematics. Another high school student decided not to take any mathematics courses beyond those required for graduation because nothing in his experience has helped him see how mathematics is relevant to his future. Still, another student wants to take additional mathematics courses but cannot because his school does not offer them. Another student is steered away from advanced mathematics courses by her counselor based on that counselor's perceptions of her race or family background. And somewhere, a recent university graduate, having successfully navigated the transition into and through college mathematics, finds that what he learned in his mathematics courses did not prepare him with the quantitative skills that he needs for his future. And so these are stories that were told in a recent report, a national report titled The Launch Years, A New Vision for the Transition from High School to Post-Secondary Mathematics. And it was published in 2020 in collaboration with the Charles A. Dana Center at the University of Texas at Austin. And these same stories really could easily occur somewhere in Virginia. So we really need to work to change these stories in order to provide opportunities for students to succeed. Dismantling inequitable structures that challenge spaces of marginality and privilege are needed. We really have to ensure that every student is well prepared with the mathematical literacy that they require and deserve for both their future personal and professional lives. So we're pleased to report that the national landscape in mathematics education has begun to change. The National Council of Teachers of Mathematics published a book titled Catalyzing Change in High School Mathematics in 2018. This book was intended to initiate some critical conversations about high school mathematics across the country. The current sequence of Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2 was originally established in the late 1800s and has continued to be the model for teaching high school math. This book challenges educators to think differently about the purposes of school mathematics, and it encourages us to examine our current structures that may impede equity, to analyze the current instructional practices through the lens of equity, and to carefully consider what essential math content all students should learn in high school. There were two additional books that were published in 2020. There was a Catalyzing Change in Early Childhood and Elementary School and Catalyzing Change in Middle School. And these books all promote a set of key recommendations that can be articulated across the K-12 grade levels. In addition, Virginia has been participating for the past 2 years in a forum with 23 other states across the country that's been organized by the Conference Board of Mathematical Sciences. CBMS is an umbrella organization of over 15 national math and statistics organizations. And our VMPI team has been able to collaborate and share strategies with other states for changing math pathways and promoting equity. In addition, there were two notable position papers that have been promoted by the National Council of Supervisors of Mathematics, and they challenged the current state of mathematics education. One called Closing the Opportunity Gap, a call for detracking mathematics, was published in 2020, and the other, Mathematics Education Through the Lens of Social Justice, Acknowledgement, Actions, and Accountability, was published in 2016. Both papers emphasize the need to change mathematics education and acknowledge that social justice must be a key priority in the access to, the engagement with, and the advancement of mathematics education for all of our country's youth. On the next slide, we have a quote from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics that it encourages stakeholders to have critical conversations to address deficit-based beliefs. Yes, sir.
I apologize. Emily and I just need to switch back real quick. So Emily's going to share her slides now, and Emily, we're on slide 5.
right, tag Emily, you're it now. Well, it's a good place to segue. It's a good place to segue because we're very pleased today to have Dr. Trina Wilkerson with us. She is the president of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. And she's going to share a little bit more about what is happening at a national level and how that has helped to change and shape the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. So Dr. Wilkerson, I'll let you take over for a few minutes.
Thank you. I would like to thank you along with Tina and Michael as well for inviting me to speak to the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. I speak on behalf of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, the largest mathematics education organization dedicated to K-12 mathematics education. NCTM advocates for high quality, engaging mathematics teaching and learning for each and every student. The work of Tina and the teachers and leaders across the state is developing a system that does just that. An analysis of students leaving high school reported that nearly 60% were not equipped with the mathematics to enter college. And this in turn significantly impacts immediate vocational opportunities for students choosing that path. I support Virginia's leadership and commitment to create a system which addresses these challenges and creates a structure to provide and support equitable opportunities for all students in Virginia to learn rigorous mathematics. This would make Virginia a national leader in seeing K-12 mathematics education as an engine for creating opportunities for students and their future, rather than serving as a barrier, denying or limiting access to large portions of our students and adversely impacting their lives and communities. NCTM's Catalyzing Change in School Mathematics offers recommendations that underpin the forward-thinking work of Virginia's Mathematics Pathways Initiative and promotes higher efficacy for students in mathematics learning. The Mathematics Initiative has undertaken the critical conversations across teachers and leaders in the state to address these key areas, creating an equitable math structures, implementing equitable mathematics instruction, and approaching mathematics not as a set of disconnected steps, but as understanding and tools with which students make sense of our world, increase their opportunities, and build their identity as persons able to do and apply mathematics. Now, COVID-19 has revealed many existing challenges and inequities in our system that are addressed through the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. This work comes at an opportune time when we need to consider ways in which more systemic structures can be put in place to ensure that the most essential content is being emphasized in K-12 mathematics education, taught to and learned by all students. It is imperative that a wide range of stakeholders are part of the needed critical conversation and plans of action that call for a systemic approach that ensures access, equity, and excellence for each and every student. This has been the approach of the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. In the development and outreach for Catalyzing Change, the core ideas for this work have been shared broadly with other professional organizations and business and industry partners. For example, NCTM is engaged with U.S. business leaders in finance, transportation, and NASA through its participation with the STEM Leadership Alliance to raise awareness to these challenges and opportunities and the role mathematics plays in increasing the number of highly skilled STEM workers to meet these challenges. The role and prominence of technology and STEM opportunities through Virginia call for increasing the number of students prepared for and able to apply mathematics in these ways. The thoughtful and purposeful efforts of the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative reflect the gravity of the challenges and the development of systemic programs to change how mathematics is approached and create positive outcomes for students across your state. Our hope is that the Virginia Board of Education will support the implementation of this work. NCTM is here to offer support as you move forward to provide exemplary, equitable education opportunities for each and every student in Virginia that will prepare them to build positive mathematical identity and agency to engage in mathematics and enable them to contribute to the future of your state and to society. You're to be commended for your leaders and your leadership in undertaking this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkerson. We very much appreciate your support, and thank you for waiting today as we prepared for this presentation. We know the time frame was a little bit not quite pinned down, so we appreciate you taking your day to hang with us and share what you had to share. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for being with us.
Now, the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative does have 5 main goals, which can be found on your infographic. It's attachment A in your board packet. And those 5 goals are to improve equity in mathematics learning opportunities, empower students to be active participants in what we live in as a quantitative world, encourage students to see themselves as knowers and doers of mathematics. You'll see the mantra on our infographic is everyone is a math person. Instead of hearing people say, I'm not a math person, we'd like to hear everyone say that they are a math person. We'd like to identify K-12 mathematics pathways that support future post-secondary opportunities. And our final goal is to really make sure we're collaborating with multiple stakeholders to advance mathematics education. We recognize that it takes the perspective of many to make sure that our goals are certain and lead towards success. So the Virginia Math Pathways do support a curriculum that is rich and not rushed, in which mathematics instruction emphasizes depth of understanding over procedural memorization. The VMPI supports a structure for mathematics learning that drastically reduces the need for acceleration and advocates for mixed ability classrooms. Promoting shared mathematics learning experiences for students must be explored as a way to dismantle inequitable structures that may currently exist. The shift from acceleration to deeper learning will require teachers to build stronger skills in differentiating instruction so that they can meet the varied needs of learners. These changes also have the potential for furthering interdisciplinary connections across grade levels. Mathematics curriculum and instruction should account for and leverage human difference to promote rich and connected mathematics learning experiences. A common shared mathematics learning experience benefits all children. As represented in the VMPI infographic, the proposed mathematics pathways follow a progression. Foundational mathematics concepts are built in grades K through 7, based on 5 content strands that you see shown on the slide. And those permeate across those grade levels from K to 7. These foundational years establish the roots of mathematical understanding for students. Mathematical concepts are established upon which additional learning can be extended. VMPI proposes that the current mathematical structure of Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, which is sometimes referred to as the geometry sandwich, be replaced. Beginning in grade 8, students would begin a sequence of 3 essential mathematics concept courses that would focus on the most essential concepts that students need to learn to be mathematically literate and to be prepared for more advanced math courses in grades 11 and 12. The essential concepts would focus on content domains such as data analysis, functions in algebra, spatial reasoning, which would include geometry and measurement, probability, and mathematical modeling, which really would extend across all of those domains. Then in grades 11 and 12, the MPI proposes more options for students to pursue courses that might prepare them for post-secondary opportunities. The MPI proposes that the graduation requirements be changed so that students would be required to take 4 years of mathematics. In grades 11 and 12, students would have the option to mix and match courses from a set of semester or half-credit course options based on various areas such as data design, data analysis, modeling, and computing. So students could choose from the more traditional 1-credit course options, such as calculus, advanced placement, and dual enrollment math courses as well. These course options would then lead to various pathways, including direct entry into career, college, trade school, or the military. The K-12 student pathways point toward many of the CTE career cluster options that students might use as a target for selecting courses. So we're super excited about the potential for student choice as they enter that 11th and 12th grade. So on the next slide, we have a timeline, and it shows how this mathematics pathways work will extend across multiple years. Phase 1 of the project actually occurred last year, where we kind of started the planning process of the proposed actions of the initiative. We established 3 teams. We have an essential mathematics concepts team, a mathematics pathways team, and a communications team. This year in phase 2, we've undergone some of the work of the planning that happened last year. The Essential Mathematics Concepts team met to review the current 2016 Mathematics Standards of Learning and began to define a set of those mathematics essential concepts for grades 8 through 10. That team's now seeking feedback from stakeholders, some of which we've already obtained, to revise their work and to begin creating draft standards and a curriculum framework this spring. The Mathematics Pathways team is working to develop a 2-semester data science mathematics course, along with planning for future development of math modeling and financial modeling. And the communications team has been developing a VMPI webpage, which includes the infographic you have in your packet, along with an informational video. The team's also been coordinating stakeholder feedback sessions and has collected and organized feedback to help inform the work of the initiative. I would like to right now publicly thank and recognize the VMPI team members and our 2 VDOE math staff who've worked with passion and perseverance to develop the Mathematics Pathways Initiative over the last 2 years. Their tireless dedication continues to amaze me. I'm very grateful to work with such a diverse and cohesive group of colleagues. So thank you all if you're listening. A VMPI phase timeline of action step has been developed. It's attachment B in your board packet. And the timeline for the initiative occurs over several years. You'll see that it does include development of instructional resources to support teachers and also professional development for educators to help in both content and pedagogy development. So seeking the feedback of stakeholder groups regarding the changes proposed in the VMPI is extremely important, as we mentioned, for the success of the initiative. We have been able to hold webinars and meetings with various stakeholder groups beginning in September 2020 through January of 2021. And as you can see from this slide, the stakeholders providing feedback included individuals who were able to provide many different perspectives. Feedback was collected informally during the webinars through discussion and also formally through a feedback survey that was shared virtually with participants, and they were able to respond. During each session, we asked the participants to share what excites them about the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. And we created this Wordle that highlights some of the key words that were shared by the stakeholders. And they were really excited about the opportunity for students to learn more deeply through identifying content that's most essential in learning mathematics. They conveyed enthusiasm about the proposed pathways and their potential to expand the math course options and choices for students. And they also positively reflected upon the initiative's potential for emphasizing the application of mathematics and the opportunity to further interdisciplinary connections with other disciplines across the grade levels. The stakeholder feedback we've received thus far has also provided us a lot of insight into some important considerations as we continue. We were able to identify 5 major considerations that we wanted to bring to your attention. The first is shifting from acceleration to deeper learning through differentiated instruction. The proposed shift to move through mathematics content faster to learning more deeply about mathematics ideas and authentic applications is going to require an explicit course of action. Beliefs, whether they're historical, cultural, or social, about children's mathematical abilities that might contribute to inequitable practices in math grouping and acceleration will need to be examined quite closely. A second consideration was supporting access to rigorous coursework. Some of our stakeholder feedback revealed that they had some concerns about how the changes would impact students preparing for a study in more mathematics-intensive fields. The VMPI leadership team wants to make sure that they'll ensure that the math course options being proposed will provide a pathway to pre-calculus and calculus level work, while also paving the way for other just as rigorous course options such as data analysis, mathematical modeling, computer science, and other rigorous mathematics. The third consideration that was brought to our attention centers on providing equity and readiness and access. Being able to dismantle the inequitable structures that challenge spaces of marginality and privilege are really going to be needed to ensure that every student is well prepared for both that math literacy that they require and to prepare for their personal and future professional lives. So we want to make sure that I have a consistent identification of who are those students that have unfinished learning, especially important in a time right now when we have a lot of concern about learning loss with children. And how would they benefit from additional support to strengthen and deepen mathematical understanding? So that idea of readiness is going to play a pivotal role in the success of this initiative. Another consideration was about teacher preparation, licensure, and teacher shortages. And our stakeholders really echoed that we need to consider changes to teacher preparation programs if we're going to make these changes, to take into account teacher shortage issues, and to re-examine possibly some changes in licensure that might be required with our teachers. And the fifth consideration centered around assessment. Many of the stakeholders revealed that they had consideration about how do we determine what student assessment will look like based upon these proposed changes. The VDOE is examining options that are available as we move towards a more balanced approach to assessment. And these might require looking at scoring scenarios that might be different than what we currently use. We are currently working with our Office of Student Assessment. They are highly involved in our work, and we are confident that we'll be able to move forward with these changes. The Virginia Math Pathways Initiative is focused through the lens of the profile of a Virginia graduate. The implementation of an integrated set of essential math concepts in grades 8 through 10 aligns very nicely with the profile's direction to emphasize the development of core skill sets in the early years of high school. VMPI is highly aligned with the profile in establishing multiple paths towards college and career readiness for students to follow in the later years of high school. So this concludes my presentation. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education waive first review and approve the timeline to move forward with the implementation of the Virginia Mathematics Pathways Initiative. And at this time, we're happy to address any questions that you might have, or we would be happy to take some feedback that you might be able to provide to us as well.
Okay, are there any questions by board members? Dr. Wilson, and then Ms. Holton after that.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the detail about the work that has been going on. Really appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions. I mean, if you already answered this, I'm sorry that I missed it. I wonder about with the changes in terms of the frame with the half credit courses, do you anticipate that there will be new endorsements or requirements for teachers working with those particular courses, or do we believe that the current endorsement would cover the requirement?
Well, we anticipate, since they're 11th and 12th grade courses, that teachers that are mathematics endorsed, so 6th through 12 mathematics endorsement, that would cover the courses that we're proposing. Would they need some professional learning and development? Most likely. So as we develop those courses, we will plan professional learning opportunities as those roll out. So that's certainly in the works.
Okay, thank you. Then my second question actually goes to the other end of the spectrum, from high school to early learners. We heard earlier today a presentation from Ms. Conway on the early learner standards, and this model, this pathway starts at K. I wonder where the connection is from birth to 5 and then jumping into this pathway, so that, you know, of course, that consistency will be very important.
Absolutely. And the work of the Catalyzing Change does start in early childhood. So we've had the opportunity to promote several book talks. We have one going on currently where we have teachers and specialists taking a look and reading each of those three books, and then they're going to share across that spectrum. So we recognize that linking up with early childhood education is going to be vitally important to maintain that whole articulation across the grade levels. So this work will certainly have to extend down to K and then into our pre-K to really think about the readiness for children, because we know that that's the foundational time that we've got to make sure kids are building that mathematical literacy. And when they have a good foundation and they have confidence in their mathematics learning, then the trek after that makes it so much easier for kids. We want to make them feel like they are those mathematics learners that we want them to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Holton?
Tina, and thank you, Doctor, for joining us with the national perspective as well. Great work. This is so exciting. I'm so impressed that this work has gone forward so vigorously in the middle of pandemic, et cetera, and that you know it's a lot, and you've got a long-term timeline you're working on, but with an ultimate goal that I think will really serve our students well. A couple of questions in the clarifying category. First, and one is, so am I right, the end of this process, which you're not asking us to decide now, but you're telling us you're going to eventually ask us to approve a requirement of 4 years of mathematics for all high school graduates. And if I understand correctly, currently we are not requiring, we require 4 for advanced diploma, but only 3 for standard diploma. Is that the difference?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then with that, when you talk about, discouraging acceleration in favor of deeper learning, as you know, many students now start on their 4-year math requirements in middle school, and then don't end up taking any math in their senior year of high school. Would this contemplate that all students, advanced diploma and standard diploma, would all be taking 4 years of math in high school, unlike today?
That is our goal of the initiative, is to promote 4 years of high school. We do recognize that there will be students that might need credit accommodations as there exists now, and those would certainly extend forward with those considerations. But I think that there's a national movement to take a look at mathematics for 4 years in high school. I don't know, Dr. Wilkerson, if you can reflect any further on that idea of the national movement for 4 years in high school of mathematics.
And I think one of the things it does is it speaks to them being college and career ready at the end of high school. Often students who do not take any mathematics their last 2, 3, and as you pointed out, sometimes even 4 years, there is a disconnect. They really need to be focused on that. This also opens up opportunities for all students to engage in, for example, statistics and mathematical modeling, which are so powerful across disciplines. So we think that's another important piece that you all are looking at that's so vital. And the idea is to really go for deep understanding, because the other thing that we sometimes see is students often who rush through sometimes only have a surface understanding of things. And this would allow deep understanding and be able to spend time exploring those things and allow us to challenge all of our students. So I think that's an important piece of this.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkerson.
So I think it's very exciting, and I think absolutely in terms of college and career readiness, math all the way through high school makes total sense. However, the pushback is, one, the caveats are, we've been trying to give our high schools more flexibility to help students do career exploration and work-based learning, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a little bit of a tension between more dictating the fundamentals versus allowing more flexibility. And so that's a decision point you're going to need to help make sure that we are clear on at some point before you get to the end of this. You don't want to get to the end and go, oh, we've told you all along we were heading towards 4 years requirement of math in high school, and now we don't want our stakeholders or any of us to be surprised by that. So I think you're doing a good job of emphasizing it, but I want to help emphasize it as well, because that is a real difference. And including both for the students who might now be taking the standard diploma, but also for those students who are now accelerating their way through. They're going to be requiring more math of them. And so we need to make sure that our wider community is on board. And then the second piece that goes with that is that, okay, in terms of teacher shortage issues, and I know you're focused on that, but it means you're talking about having to increase the high school math teacher workforce by something like a third, right? I mean, if students are mostly now taking 3 years of math and they're mostly going to be taking 4, then just my very simple math, it says you're needing to increase that high school workforce by a third. Is that realistic? Right now we have these, we are told that we have high school Algebra 1 classes with no qualified math teacher for the entire school year in some of our more struggling jurisdictions. It doesn't help to increase the requirements if we can't meet them. And I hear you that you're working on the school preparation school side of it, but is it also a matter of resources? And do we need to help our state leadership understand, it may be a matter of money, and how do we afford this greater commitment to math education? And if we're not going to put up the money, is it really realistic to set the standards? So not expecting any easy answers to any of that today, but recognizing what you're doing is incredibly important work, but there's going to be some heavy lifting between here and phase 8.
Absolutely. Great feedback. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? If not, I guess. Wilson, was that a hand or was that? Okay. I think then, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Always good to have people in front of us who are excited about what they're doing. That I will tell you, it makes a difference. So I guess the recommendation is, or the request is, to waive first review and to move this forward. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is there a motion to that effect?
So moved, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Is there a second? Ms. Holton? Oh, Ms. Davis-Vaught. Oh, Ms. Holton?
Just one more point and just to be clear, by approving the timeline, we are not approving all the elements. So this question that I'm asking about the 4 here, everybody understands that we may well be seeing that recommendation at the appropriate point in the timeline, but we're not being asked to make that decision yet.
No, I think we're being asked to start down the path.
Correct.
Yes, and any changes to graduation requirements would come through the Standards of Accreditation Committee.
Yep. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Dr. Wilson?
Aye.
Dr. Duran?
Aye.
Dr. Pexton? Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Dr. Mann?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, so that was 6 yes and 1.
Here she is.
Dr. Pexton?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So thank you all very much. We will move on to item O. Emily?
Sorry about that. Trying to make sure I capture the vote correctly.
Oh.
Good afternoon, President.
James was Secretary of the Board, isn't he?
We still work on the minutes, so we like to make sure we have it right.
All right.
Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Wilson, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. I'm presenting to you today the recommended nominees to serve on the Early Childhood Advisory Committee. This advisory committee to the board was established as part of chapters 860 and 861 from the 2020 Acts of Assembly, which unify early childhood care and education programs across the Commonwealth under the board and the Department of Education. This committee will serve as the state's advisory committee for the purposes of Section 642B of the Improving Head Start for School Readiness Act of 2007. A superintendent's memo was released in early November to announce the call for nominations. This memo was shared with school divisions, early childhood membership associations, Smart Beginning partners, early care providers across the Commonwealth, and individuals who wish to be notified of the board's business and others in the specialty areas in this committee. At the conclusion of the nomination period, over 160 applications were received. Each application and the applicant's responses to the supplementary questions were reviewed by VDOE staff using a rubric to assess the qualifications for the categories of membership they selected in alignment with the commitment to providing equity, inclusion, quality, family engagement, and innovation. Scores were averaged across reviewers to create an aggregate rating. The nomination of each legislatively mandated membership category was based on this rating. As with other board advisory committees, the Early Childhood Advisory Committee will have a 3-year term. If approved, the committee's term will begin in February 2021 and end in June 2024, which will coincide with the other advisory committee terms. So it is slightly longer than the typical 3-year term. The full list of recommended nominees is available in your board item. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board waive first review and approve the recommended nominees to fill vacancies on the Early Childhood Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Emily. Are there any comments or questions here?
One comment, just want to say awesome representation. You look at that list, you really do feel like there is going to be voice and perspective from the wide variety of actors that are providing early education. So I was thrilled to see it. I can't imagine the process of getting to 22 or so people out of 160. That's quite a cut score, but really very, very happy to see that committee launched, and great work.
Good.
Yeah, this is more applications than we've received for any other advisory committee. And Jenna, Rebecca Ulrich, and the team did a great job kind of facilitating the process of reviewing all the applicants and making sure that we picked some really great representatives.
Okay. Thanks to everybody. Is there a motion then to waive first review and to approve this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson?
Aye.
Dr. Duran?
Aye.
Dr. Pexton? Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Ms. Davis-Vaught?
Aye.
Dr. Mann?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. I'm going to ask, I know Dr. Wilson may have to drop off. Do we want to take a 10-minute break here or do the next two presentations? Presentations?
Push through, I recommend.
That's fine with me. I'm just offering so I don't get
staff support that.
Huh? All right, let's go.
I do apologize for having to jump off, President Gecker, but thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Good to see you. Item P, Ms. Walker.
Well, good afternoon, members of the board and Dr. Lane. It is my pleasure to join you this afternoon to provide an overview of the department's recently released Navigating EdEquity VA, Virginia's Roadmap to Equity. I'm going to share my screen now so that everyone can see the slides. And I do want to also just acknowledge the contributions of Janae Nurse, who is the equity coordinator in our office, and really the entire team at VDOE who have contributed to the development of this document and the ongoing support of the work. So Navigating EdEquity VA really does set forth for the Commonwealth our vision of what it will take to achieve equitable outcomes for students across the Commonwealth, specifically through the lens of our role at the State Education Agency and the way that we can deploy resources to the field and support their work at the local level. Let's see if the slide is going to go forward. There it is. Okay, great. And so the way the document is structured, we certainly provide a table of contents so that there are quick links to all of the relevant resources and materials laid out in the document. And we begin really with centering our work on what we call the EdEquity VA Compass, which represents the 5 critical competencies or Virginia's Equity 5 Cs that should undergird all of the work that we do to advance equity outcomes for students across the Commonwealth. This is all research. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know if others are seeing this. I see all of your slides now, not slide 2.
Oh.
So your view may have changed. I just want to make sure folks, board members and the public can see the right slide.
Okay. How about now?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. I am so sorry, everyone. It's not a meeting till there's a technical difficulty is what I believe. And that's always the case in the Zoom world. So again, we really do undergird this work with our EdEquity VA Compass, which provides the 5 critical equity competencies that we believe are essential in order to advance equity across the Commonwealth for all of our students. And I'll provide a more detailed view of what those 5 Cs are, but I wanted to sort of first provide how the framework is set up. We begin, of course, with our definition of education equity. This was really, really important that we articulate a clear definition of education equity for the Commonwealth. We started off in this work with something that was really primarily philosophical, right? It was really what we believe equity means for students. What we've really transitioned to, though, is a definition that is informed by our data. It aligns to national best practice. And most importantly, it's something that we can measure and monitor our progress towards achieving. And so we define education equity as being achieved when we eliminate the predictability of student outcomes based on race, gender, zip codes, socioeconomic status, or the languages that our students speak at home. And again, we settled on those because that's where our data tells us our biggest equity gaps exist. As I mentioned with data, the entire framework is data informed. While now, right as it currently sits, this is somewhat of static data, the way it's presented within the framework. It won't stay that way. Our plan is to actually iterate on this and create a dashboard that allows us to provide in real time updates on our progress towards reaching those outcomes that we desire for all of our students across the Commonwealth. And I just don't understand why my slides are going the wrong direction. I am so sorry. What is going on here? Okay, here we go. So here we lay out sort of the biggest equity gap data indicators in the system, right? We're looking at achievement gaps. We're looking at access to advanced academic programs. We're looking at enrollment and identification in our gifted programs, disproportionality and school discipline outcomes. These are just snapshots of some of the data that's included within the framework. But again, this is an iterative process, and we are continuing to refine the way that we analyze data, collect data at the department so that we can be more data informed in the way that we support the advancement of equity across the state. It also was really important too that we provide sort of a logic model of why we settled on the strategies that we settled on. And this is what we developed, which we call operationalizing systemic equity. There are lots of equity and education visuals that I think most of us are familiar with. We're typically accustomed to seeing the kids standing on boxes trying to look over the wall or through the wall, and they have various abilities. Usually most of the kids in those depictions are brown children, right? This is a little different. And the reason why I like this depiction better is because it really does focus on the system and not on the student. So if we're going to dismantle systemic inequity within our public education system, it does require us to focus on what's happening in the system that's either producing or inhibiting equity for our students. So in the first side, we see that all of the plants are receiving the same amount of sunlight, same amount of water, and all of the plants are alive. When we transition, though, to a systemic approach to advancing equity, what we then begin to see is that the system differentiates those inputs and our plans transition from survival to thriving. And that's certainly what we want for our students, is we want to see our students thriving in our systems of public education because we are able to adequately support their learning needs and understand that those needs might be different. So within our framework, we have settled on 2 primary strategies to advance equity outcomes for students in the Commonwealth. The first is closing opportunity gaps, and the second is increasing the cultural competency of Virginia's educator workforce. Why these 2 things? Well, first and foremost, I want to focus in on why we selected closing opportunity gaps. And some might say, why aren't you focusing on achievement gaps? Well, because achievement gap is a measure, it's not an actual strategy. Opportunity gap really speaks more again to that system, right? And so if we're talking about how does the system either advance or inhibit equity, we need to lean in and focus on all of the components of access to equitable opportunities and supports that our students need. On the increasing the cultural competency strategy for our educator workforce, that's really informed by national research. We have seen so many studies that really do speak to the impact of culturally competent, culturally relevant pedagogy, culturally responsive practices. There's lots of different ways to sort of say the same thing. Many of you, I think, joined us for our symposium in December where we had Dr. Latson Billings come and present to the state, who is really the godmother of this work. And we asked her the question about sort of all of the iterative changes to the term that she first coined, which was culturally relevant pedagogy. And she said, it really doesn't matter what you call it, it matters that you're doing it. And so what we tried to do is really articulate and lay out what we envision for our culturally competent or culturally responsive educator workforce across the Commonwealth. What does that look like? What does that need? What does that mean? How do you measure it? How do you know what's happening? And that's all included in the audit tool that we provide as a companion to the framework. So here are our Centering Equity Compass that focuses on those 5 C's: culturally responsive practice, courageous leadership, curriculum reframing, compassionate student and family engagement, and continuous reflection. And we purposefully called this the Equity 5 C's because we wanted it to align to Virginia's 5 C's. So we don't want anyone to be able to think about Virginia's 5 C's and not think about the Equity 5 C's or vice versa, because each of those things require the other to be happening in order for it to be successful. So within each one of the C's in the framework, we do actually provide, list out what are those competencies? What does curriculum reframing require? What does compassionate engagement require? Within each page of the document, you'll find too that there are resources already linked to additional supports to advance that work at the local level. On each one of the C's, you'll find an EdEquity VA webinar that's already hosted on our website that individuals can access, as well as a national leading equity partners resources to support the work in the field. And so you see that there. I just wanted to give some examples of what that looks like. And again, the same thing for continuous reflection and culturally responsive educators. And then the next slide goes in a little deeper to courageous leadership, because really this is what undergirds all of this work, is courageous leaders. And what we have really tried to use the bully pulpit to say at the department is that anyone can be a courageous leader in their district or in their school community. Courageous leaders are not individuals who have named positions of authority. It doesn't have to be the equity leader or the superintendent. It can be the teacher, it can be the janitor, it can be the school counselor. All of us are called upon to be courageous leaders and to demonstrate those competencies that are associated with courageous leadership. And of course, I think it's so timely too to use this quote from the late, great Congressman John Lewis, who said, "You must be bold, brave, and courageous and find a way to get in the way." And that's really what this work is all about. So as a companion to each one of the competencies listed under the compass, we also provided a Navigating EdEquity VA tool, equity audit tool. So for each one of those 5 C's, there is a companion audit that school division leaders or school building level leaders can use to evaluate where their greatest opportunities are for improvement and growth. And it was really important to us that as we designed the audit tool, that we designed it in a way that it can be used both for division level leaders, school board members, as well as a school building level leader. And we've already received so much positive feedback from the field, from school boards that have started using the equity audit tool. We've seen it being used at the building level level by principals who are using it with their teams within the school. And then certainly our equity leaders across the state are also using this tool. We also wanted to really sort of make a philosophical statement beyond just like how we define equity, how we use common language. And that was that equity has to be centered in all of the approaches that we so commonly use in education to advance outcomes for students, right? So we all know we have to focus on academics and SEL supports and family and student engagement. But at the core of all of that has to be our notion and our belief and understanding about what it takes to actually approach that work from an equitable lens. And so like, there's our heart. We center equity at the middle of it and identify our strategies there to support that. Here's a peek at the audit tool. And so even for the centering equity component, that heart, we actually give an audit tool for that as well. So like if you don't know where to start, here's where you can start with our toolkit. You can start just with centering equity. Have you articulated a vision for equity? Have you articulated expectations around equity? Who did you share those with? Who did you engage in the process? So these essential questions sort of guide and develop how we come to understand sort of where our starting place is, either at a building or district level related to equity. And then with each one of our highways, you know, we did carry a theme through this. It is a roadmap. So we've got lanes on these highways. And the first one on closing opportunity gaps, we've got all of these trucks on the road. These are the tactics that we're going to deploy, or the inputs that we have identified that will move the lever as it relates to closing opportunity gaps. And many of these will be no surprise to you all as board members, because this has really been informed by the work you all have been doing over the last couple of years on equity, as well as some of the work that's been taking place at the department. We also thought it was important to make sure we're using common terminology. And you all talked a little bit about this in your earlier conversations about the teacher evaluation guidelines. So within the document, we also provided a glossary of key equity terms. And this, I think, has been really, really helpful to the field. There is, in many spaces, a perception that we don't actually know what education equity is, that we don't know what cultural competence is, that we haven't settled on what a definition of this means. And so it was really important for the state to sort of set that foundation for the rest of the field. And we did that both through aligning our definitions to the national research and best practice, as well as utilizing the work products of several other groups that have been doing this work across the state over the last several years. And one of those primary groups was the African American History Education Commission and their development of those 4 critical levels of culturally responsive practice. So here we defined opportunity gap as the complex issues that contribute to achievement gaps and recognizes the historical and societal implications of the way race and class influence the kind of education and access to support a student is likely to receive. You see, that's a really broad definition, but that allows us to really be very intentional about identifying not just outcome measures, but the actual inputs that will affect opportunity gaps in the state. And then we wanted to also provide sort of some best practice and keys to success. So through partnership with the Education Trust, they actually allowed us to adapt one of their tools for division level consideration. So they created a tool that they called Keys to Advancing Equity and Gifted in Academic Programs. And they looked at it through a state policy lens. What we did was take that same document and took the best pieces of it that are most applicable to division level leadership. And that's where we came up with this document here. And then on increasing the cultural competency of Virginia's educator workforce, which is the other lane on our highway of our roadmap, you see there we have the cars that again identify those critical inputs that are necessary to support increased cultural competency of Virginia's educator workforce. And many of these things are actually already underway. You know, we're already talking about professional learning opportunities. Our board is considering a new component of the teacher evaluation system that will include cultural competency for the first time. We're working with our EPP programs through our new advisory committee on culturally relevant and inclusive practices. They'll be making direct recommendations around changes to EPP programs that need to take place. And then we did as well, like we did on the opportunity gaps, we've defined cultural proficiency. We've established a clear definition for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that is that a culturally proficient education in the Commonwealth consists of environments that create opportunities for access, empowerment, and achievement by acknowledging, valuing, and advocating, and empowering cultural diversity in all aspects of the educational process. And again, this is informed by national research and national best practice. And this, we believe, should be the standard bearer for the Commonwealth. Our Commission on African American History Education had a charge to make recommendations specifically related to the professional development that was necessary across the state to support culturally responsive education. And they created what they called culturally responsive practices on 4 critical levels. And so we included that in our roadmap as well. And you can see there what those are. It defines, similar to those profiles that we have for an education leader, for an educator. Here we have created profiles of what a culturally responsive school looks like, culturally responsive leadership, culturally responsive educators, and finally the culturally responsive pedagogy and teaching that we want to see taking place throughout instruction. And then finally, at the end of our document, we also provided what we call the Navigating EdEquity VA Strategy Notes. And within there, we have, right now, there's 6, but this will continue to grow. And we call these just little notes on things that school leaders can do right now, right away, to advance equity for students or dismantle barriers to equity. And so this is just an example of what one of those looks like on supporting equitable school discipline. And then last but not least, this is an iterative process and a collaborative process. And so we do invite the entire education stakeholder community to engage with our work by following our hashtag #EdEquityVA and utilizing the resources that we continue to add to on our Virginia is for Learners EdEquity VA web pages. So that concludes my presentation of the roadmap. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Okay, are there any questions? Dr. Duran?
Well, of course, I'm going to say thank you, Leah, for this work you've done and the framework and the clarity of the definition so that we have a statewide definition for all school divisions to really center our work on. I think to your point, you indicated having that common language actually can get people working in very different directions if we're not clear on what we're trying to do. So I think this helps bring clarity. I love the visual of the map that we're on and the highway and all the different elements that are necessary. And to your point, many of those are connected to the work of the board. And I want to just share with my colleagues, also connected to this, there's the Governor's Advisory Committee on Cultural Relevant and Inclusive Practices that I am co-chairing with Senator Boysko and with the Dean of VCU, Dr. Dare. And there's a variety of diverse stakeholders that have been appointed to this committee. We had our first meeting on Wednesday, January 6th, and we'll be bringing back, part of the legislation was to bring back recommendations to us here at the State Board, particularly around social studies, social science standards of learning, guidelines around anti-bias education, professional development, what we were just talking about earlier today, evaluation and practices. So I look forward to that connecting, and it's grounded in Leah is leading us through that work as well. But it's just a great connection for us. I wanted to just share with my colleagues on the board how we will have some really important part of that in terms of the recommendations that we'll bring back. But what's wonderful is that it's grounded and connected to this broader new, I would say new for the first time as a leader in the nation, really, to have a state that's leading this work in a cohesive way that has commonality and intentionality. And that's why I had said my comments earlier about the teacher evaluation processes, where we can be intentional in everything we see as the board, whether it was just the math presentation we saw, anything that we are making decisions on, how do we connect our own decisions to what Leah just presented in terms of the framework and in terms of the definitions? And are we being true as a board to say that that's what we're focused on when we have all these different votes that come before us and the feedback we can give? And I know, knowing all of you, that that is a passion of ours, but now what's helpful is we have something tangible here that we can all connect to around a definition and around a focus. So thank you, Leah. And I know Dr. Lane, thank you also for leading that in terms of the commission that I helping to co-chair, and look forward to that. We've only had one meeting, but I know we'll have more moving forward, and I'm excited to bring back all the work we're doing to all my colleagues here on the board. But thank you, Leah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
I'll just briefly add in more, chiming in. Yes, thank you. What a great piece of work, and thank you for sharing it with us. And please let us know how we can help you and your colleagues at the department help make this roadmap a reality for guidance for all of us involved in education, pursuing education equity in Virginia, as you work to share this wisdom throughout the divisions and beyond. Let us know how we can be helpful. This is very exciting.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. We will move on then to item O. Item Q, status report on COVID impacts on pre-K to 12 education. Ms. Coy.
Good afternoon, President Gecker, members of the board, and Dr. Lane. Holly Coy, Assistant Superintendent for Policy Equity and Communications, and I am joined this afternoon by Michael Bowling, our Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Innovation. And our charge at this late hour is to provide an update to you on COVID-19 impacts on education. So first, I'm going to give you a bit of a historical perspective on where we are with state guidance for schools as it relates to COVID. And then we're going to walk through some of the operational impacts, some of the impacts on instructional delivery, as well as some preliminary data around academic outcomes and supports before we conclude with a discussion about where we go from here. So just by way of refreshing everyone's memory and helping you piece together the narrative over the last year on how we have supported our schools really practically as it relates to the pandemic. You all obviously know that Governor Northam closed all the schools back in March. And then in June, the governor released phased guidance for Virginia schools. And this was kind of a tiered and phased approach for bringing students back to school in person starting over the summer, when we were still thinking through the lens of the world through those phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and what that meant. And that guidance had mitigation strategies based on the phases that we were in. But by October, the CDC had provided states with indicators for decision making. And so in October, the Department of Health released the interim guidance for Virginia school that then incorporated those new CDC indicators and took them into account as we tried to support local divisions as they were making decisions about if, how, and when to return back in person. And in the latest iteration, earlier this month, we released interim guidance for reopening pre-K schools to consolidate and replace all of the guidance documents we had issued previously. It incorporated a lot of the things that we had already provided to our divisions as they worked their way through these very difficult and challenging decision-making processes. However, there were a couple of notable updates with this January guidance. There is kind of two images that I'll show you next. The first here is a five-step guide to school reopening decisions. And in the detailed guidance document, we tried with our colleagues at VDH to really lay out the series of questions and considerations for each of these steps in the process, recognizing fully that our guidance is just guidance and was hopefully a helpful tool for local communities to assess the data, to reflect on their strengths and resources and capacities, to assess the level of community transmission around them, but also how that was impacting their schools and their students, understanding the broader community needs. And then in this next slide, at the end of this January guidance document, we provided a matrix to try and help divisions really kind of hone in on, okay, we've asked all of these questions, what do we really do with all the information that we have gathered from our community, from our division in those 5 steps. And so this chart here at the end is a decision matrix. Again, this is our recommendation for divisions. And across the top, you'll see 3 different levels of community transmission. This aligns with the levels of transmission that the CDC outlines. There are specific ranges there. And then along the side, you'll see the level of school impact and/or the ability for schools to implement mitigation. And the takeaway from this chart is that it is the combination of the two. It is the community transmission levels, but also the ability to implement mitigation strategies successfully, which means consistently and effectively, to help inform how many learners or how many groups of learners we would recommend be in person. We do kind of throughout this maintain the prioritization for certain types of learners for in-person instruction. That has remained consistent throughout our guidance over the last year, prioritizing our young learners, our English learners, and our students with disabilities who are disproportionately impacted by school building closures. So that's just a quick overview of where we've been on the guidance front with our partners at the Virginia Department of Health. I do just want to remind you and make you aware that there are a few other applicable state policies. So our guidance remains guidance, recommendation, tools for divisions, but there are some hard and fast rules. So some executive orders do apply to schools, such as Executive Order 72, which was extended just yesterday, requiring the use of face coverings and restricting social gathering group sizes. There are also the Department of Labor and Industry emergency standards. These were issued back in July as temporary emergency standards for employers in the Commonwealth, and it did capture schools as employers. And actually just earlier this week, the Department of Labor and Industry, having gone through a longer regulatory process, issued permanent standards as it relates to health and safety of employees during COVID. This includes mitigation strategies, but as you might imagine, it also includes reporting requirements. When does an employer have to report cases to other employees and or the Department of Health? Back in our first phase of guidance, and Emily, you can go back real quick, there was an order of the State Health Commissioner that applied to schools. And this was an order that was issued by Commissioner Oliver alongside our phase guidance, requiring health plans from school divisions as they reopen their doors for the first time following the school building closures back in March. And then finally, as you all know, the vaccine distribution policies, school staff, public and private staff of any kind are included in the definition of an essential worker in phase 1B. Vaccines are a whole nother beast. We won't get into the details or the updates there today, but that is a statewide policy that school staff are included in 1B. And then finally, as you all know, there are two mechanisms that give us the ability, us collectively, the ability to provide waivers and relief measures for divisions around the Commonwealth. So there is an executive order from Governor Northam declaring the state of emergency and giving executive agency heads some flexibility with that declaration of a state of emergency. But then also in the budget that was approved last spring, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, with concurrence from the Secretary, does have flexibility to issue waivers around code or budget. And so we have deployed a number of those. All the waivers and relief measures issued to date are posted on the website. I won't get into all of those for the sake of time at this late hour, but do know that we keep a running list of that so that is up to date for the public at all times. We're going to shift gears to operational and academic impacts. But before we do that, are there any questions on this section before I hand it over to Michael? All right. Oh,
Ms. Holton.
Thank you. Holly, I'll go straight to it since I know time is late. The VDH website still has the old pandemic metrics, school metrics up, and very little reference to, to where you've now moved. And frankly, the pandemic metrics on the VDH website, the school metrics say that all our schools should be all closed. So help us think. I mean, there's there's reference to the third factor of mitigation strategies, but it's the vague one. The two charts that come up on the two state data points both say red, almost all solid red all across the state. And the second thing is vaccines. I take it vaccines come in under mitigation strategies, but I would love, shouldn't that be more explicit that, you know, where you have been able to implement, I mean, really, in my humble opinion, if I were asked, I would say school divisions that have made the vaccine available to all staff should be able to open subject to parents' options at least. You know, I mean, there may be parents that for whatever reason need to keep particular children home, but once you've got the school's staff vaccinated, isn't that a key mitigation measure that should be more explicit in the guidance?
Those are great questions. So the pandemic metrics that the CDC recommends, we are continuing to use. And in our new guidance, and I'll be happy to go back to the VDH website, make sure that it gets placed more prominently if it's not. In that last decision matrix chart, the emphasis is really on, even if community transmission is red in that highest level, if you're able to implement mitigation measures successfully, and many of our schools and divisions have, you can keep your doors open. It is not an automatic trigger for closing your doors. And so trying to more explicitly make those connections, should a school, an individual school or a whole division be able to mitigate any cases that come in expeditiously, even while community transmission levels are high. On the vaccine front, the couple things to keep in mind. Yes, absolutely. Vaccines are a key part of bringing staff back to the building and providing more and more options. That was in part why this guidance came out when it did, because we knew vaccines were on the horizon. We're only at the halfway point for the year, and we wanted to be sure that everyone was continuing to think about any way that particularly those learners who had been most disproportionately impacted got some in-person instruction, even if it's just the last quarter, recognizing how absolutely critical that is to their academic and their mental well-being. The one thing I will note there is that we do not perceive vaccines as a prerequisite for reopening. The other mitigation measures, the science is clearer by the day. When implemented with fidelity consistently, they can provide safe learning environments for children. And so while vaccines are a key part to the community conversation and who is willing to come back and in what capacity, they are not necessarily a prerequisite for reopening under our guidance.
If I may just respond, so I hear you on that point, but if you think of necessary and sufficient, maybe the way to think of it is vaccines may not be necessary, but they are sufficient. Mm-hmm. And frankly, you've got school divisions that are open already, but we are now, I think, at the point where within the next 30 to 45 days, we're going to have all our teachers fully vaccinated or have had the option to be fully vaccinated. And in terms of helping new school divisions that haven't yet gotten there, get there, it's going to be a key metric. And maybe some of it is even just in the messaging, but to counter those maps that look awful red, maybe you put up a map of school districts that have implemented their vaccination plan by 50, 75, 100% or something, Mm-hmm. If we can see a green vaccination chart, maybe that will be a messaging item that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have one additional comment, President Gecker, if it's okay.
Of course, Dr. Mann.
And this is on the vaccine, such an important conversation. And I don't know if there's any room to really consider recommending that as local districts, focus on the potential partnerships around helping to ensure teachers are vaccinated, that we really think about the early care and education sector. Yes. That I can tell you has been operating since the pandemic started. And it has been really difficult to see these providers struggle with the current structure that's in place to access appointments when you think about the fact that they're with children all day. So where districts are making those kinds of arrangements, be it with hospitals or local pharmacies or what have you, extending an opportunity for childcare to be included in that, I can tell you will go a long way to having those early educators feel valued by a system that is welcoming their embrace as a part of the workforce in education. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's been a really difficult, it's been really difficult to experience that disparity.
Absolutely. And I was remiss in not including them on my slide about the definition of 1B. Any childcare staff, whether, no matter who they're affiliated with, is absolutely considered an essential worker under 1B in the state of Virginia. We recognize fully, though, that the rollout in different communities, it looks different in different places. And so are continuing to work with other state colleagues to prioritize and ensure that we are deploying those vaccines in ways that meet the very real logistical and practical needs of the very people that we're trying to vaccinate. So thank you for that, Dr. Mann.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bowling.
Well, thank you very much. Hello again, all. As we look towards operational impacts and instructional delivery, which is the first segment of the section I will be discussing, I'd like to thank the leadership of all of the from the superintendents down to the teacher level, everyone that's been involved in all of the tough decision making that's gone on in navigating this difficult time. It starts with the superintendent of public instruction, and he's done an excellent job, and it's gone all the way down. And special nod to the principals and assistant principals this week, especially. But thank you to all. As we look at operational impacts, the first thing that we look at is enrollment. And overall, we've had a decrease of 45,000 students across the state of Virginia, as reported on September 30th. The largest drop was in the preschool and kindergarten, but especially in kindergarten. And if you go to the next slide, it provides a visual of that drop. And you can see the disparities. So pre-K has dropped over 18%, and fifth grade has dropped 5%. So you notice that a number of parents have chosen the option of not starting or delaying the start of kindergarten this year and potentially looking at next year. So as we move to the next slide, it also talks about the impact of the modality of instruction's impact on decision-making of parents in deciding whether or not to send their students to school. So those with divisions that offered only remote, we'd had larger drops in enrollment as compared to those that offered any kind of in-person instruction. As we move to the heat map of instructional modalities across the state, this slide provides some definitions as you walk through these data. We're going to look at three specific groups. Three specific dates, starting on September 8th. And you'll note that this does range, the modalities range from in-person to fully remote. So fully remote in this slide is the green, and the in-person is the purple. And while then in between you have different versions of either hybrid or combinations of the three. And so as we move from September 8th, I'm going to ask Emily to go September 8th and December 12th, and then quickly go to January, and then watch and go back 3 and look at the change in color as we do move through those. So now we're sitting at January 26th, and if we go to the next slide, it will show you where these changes have been made. So we've had a decrease in the fully remote number of divisions offering fully remote instruction, and that percentage has dropped by about 20% since September, and those have shifted into some version of in-person instruction, offering in-person instruction. And so you've noticed that some of them went to partial hybrid, meaning they're offering hybrid for some and remote for others, and then also to partial in-person, meaning they have some groups of kids that are 4 days a week or more, and then others may be in a hybrid setting. And then finally to in-person, which is defined as either 4 days or more per week for all students. And so you can see how things have shifted over the past couple of months. As we move forward into the periodic data report, the board requested that we gather some data from school divisions on student achievement and academics. And so we did so. We provided a very extensive survey of 96 questions. And so we do appreciate school division's responsiveness to that survey, in which we had 132 responses. And this was a requirement for responding if they were interested in consideration of a waiver in the spring for the 180-day, 990-hour clock hour requirement. The data collection included the areas of instructional delivery, academic outcomes, division-wide challenges, assessment strategies, and then supports for students. And so we'll jump right in to instructional delivery. Let's start with, let's go to the percentage of parents opting for remote learning. And so this is each division weighed in on their percentage of parents that opted for remote instruction when there was an option for either in-person or hybrid instruction only. And you notice that they ranged from really the averages were in the 20 to 40% range. As we move to the next slide, for the students, now note the in count at the bottom. So this is based on 132 divisions that responded to this question. Talking about for their students that do have, when they do have remote instruction, what percentage of that remote instruction is synchronous. And so you'll see that over 40 school divisions have half of their instructional time synchronous while in remote learning settings. As we move to the next slide, remote learning challenges was the question, or what is your greatest challenge? And failing students in access to reliable internet were two of the largest challenges that exist. When we started looking at internet access very early on, right at the beginning of the pandemic, it was, we estimated, and we do estimate that it started out around 20% of students not having access. And we have provided a number of funding sources that have provided reliable internet access for many students, but we still have challenges in this area. As we move to absenteeism, you'll note that over 50% of our school divisions are reporting absenteeism as higher than last year. Now, I think it's important to note that every school division gathers absenteeism data in different ways, meaning they have different instructional modalities. Some of them are in person, some of them are in hybrid settings, some of them have asynchronous learning days. And so there is so much variation in the way that we offer instruction, that there is variation in the in how we count absenteeism. So at this point, I'll pause really quickly on any of these slides that we've talked about when it comes to absenteeism, learning challenges, and enrollment.
Actually, Michael, do you know, and I should have asked it before today, you know, this is division by division, the charts you've got, like page 21. Do we know what percentage of kids that is, since all divisions aren't equal in terms of population? I mean, we have some that basically dwarf the rest.
Are you asking for the, like, statewide, how many parents are opting for remote instruction?
Well, when you say, well, yeah, I guess in a sense, yes. I mean, because my guess is that 50% of, let's say, Fairfax's parents is a different number than 50% of, you know, Southwest County's parents.
That is correct. And that data point is being collected in the student record collection. And so we will have hard numbers on that. We do have numbers on that we can gather and provide to you. But this was division by division reporting on the percentage of their parents opting for remote instruction.
Yeah, no, I get what this represents. I guess when you get the data that shows how many kids are impacted or how many families are impacted, I would appreciate having that.
We can certainly provide it in our next update. Absolutely.
Thank you.
If not
Ms.
before.
Holton?
Yeah, if I may, Michael, yes, that would be a great update to have, but just anecdotally, am I correct that most of our really big systems are either fully remote or largely remote, and therefore that skews the impression one might get from division stats a little bit here.
Exactly.
Dr. Lane, did you want
Michael, I'll take that. Yeah. Yes, our largest divisions to date have been predominantly remote. Some of them made an attempt to go in person maybe for a month between October and November, and then closed back down as it got closer to the holidays. But we're hearing a lot of movement, and so the map that you're going to see references, Fairfax as an example being predominantly remote, Chesterfield being predominantly remote. Both of those are planning to go at least in person with their elementary school students in February. So your next update, I think, will have a much larger uptick by number of students because those largest divisions will be moving modalities. And to Mr. Gecker's point, I'll say this somewhat anecdotally, but we're hearing in most school divisions somewhere between 10 and 30% of parents, even when in person is offered, choosing remote. And we'll have more specific data the next time we get together.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to jump right back in and continuing the data. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. The next section will focus on academic outcomes and supports, and we're going to start off with the PALS screening. That's the Phonological Awareness Literacy Screening Test. And the next slide, or actually the next 3 slides, provide a lot of detailed information and background on what PALS is. And so if you'll move to the next slide, this is an assessment that's given by 99% of our school divisions, all but one. And if just to note that because of challenges in instructional modality, there was an option, a remote option provided, and 55% of our kindergarten and first grade students did exercise that option. But for people that have concerns about the testing and the validity of the testing in a remote setting versus what is done in person, the state trends were similar across both remote and person administrational methods. And so there is a full paper coming out on the PALS data, but I'm going to go to the next slide and talk about the big key findings and takeaways. What this chart shows are the percentage of students that are identified as at high risk for reading failure, as compared from fall 19 in the light blue to fall 2020 in the dark blue. And so you see that in both kindergarten and first grade, the increases were roughly 10% in each of those grades. And if you move on to the next slide, this slide indicates that there were significant changes or increases, especially in those students that were Black, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and English learners. And if you move on to the next slide, we'll talk, it has the data by grade level. So this shows a comparison of each student group in kindergarten and the disparities in the increases between each group from last fall to this fall. If you move to the next slide, then it has the first grade students, and the percentages are looking pretty similar. The next slide talks just a little bit about kindergarten readiness. So VKRP data, it provides our only statewide assessment of social emotional skills, although many school divisions, every school division is providing different kinds of measures and dipsticks on social emotional learning. But this slide provides some more detailed information about concerns that were raised by the assessment that teachers have about the well-being of students with their social and emotional health and well-being. As we move on, the academic achievement in the first marking period, the number of, so in this slide summarizes the number of the percentage of students that are at or above expected levels in reading and mathematics. And you can see the difference between pre-K and 2 and 3 and 5 when it comes to reading and mathematics. So a number of school divisions are reporting that their students are at or above expected levels in reading and mathematics. However, when we're talking about 68% is determining that 50% of their students are at or above, that also shows that there has been some significant loss. As we move forward, the comparison of failure percentages, this slide talks about middle school, the next slide talks about high school, and it asked school divisions to compare their failure rates, or I'm sorry, the number of students, percentage of students failing 2 or more classes at the end of the first marking period compared to last year. And so this shows that the vast majority of school divisions are seeing a high percentage of students that are failing 2 or more classes compared to last year. And the next slide is similar and moves to high school. Emily, if you could move to the next one. Okay, great. And as we move to the next one, I'm going to let Dr. Lane take this one from here.
Thank you. And Emily, you can move forward to the next slide. Thank you. First, I want to thank Holly and Michael for taking all of this data from the periodic report survey and analyzing it. And what we started to learn quickly is that in the absence of a fall diagnostic assessment that's given in every school division statewide like PALS, we didn't have a really great sense of, even with the data they were reporting up to us, how we could compare what's going on across divisions. And so I made a decision to reach out to a few of the largest vendors in the space that give these type of interim and benchmark assessments, especially a fall assessment, and ask about what their data looked like. And so we're going to give you 2 examples of that. But before I show you this data, I want to provide a couple caveats that these are not, even though they look in a lot of ways like our state assessment, these are not our state assessment. They are given virtually. And so we cannot make any guarantees around what type of supports a student may have received at home. And so, I can tell you, I've gone and read the classes, and when I ask the kids a question, sometimes the parents will chime in on virtual classes. And so, so I can't say for certain that, I think we have to caveat that potentially students could receive support on these at home, even though that's not intended. The other thing that I would say is I'm going to show you the NWEA MAP assessment. This is taken by around 20 to 30,000 students per grade level in Virginia. And we have about 100,000 students per grade level in Virginia, but 20 to 30,000 is a pretty large generalizable population. And so this represents about 57 districts. It includes large districts, it includes small districts, it includes rural, it includes city. And so we feel like this is decent data and probably better data than we even received in the periodic report to help you get a sense of how things are going. But we are not providing you disaggregated data by student group. So we're not making any predictions like PALS was able to do at this time of whether students in poverty were more impacted or students of certain races or genders or anything like that. And so with all of those caveats, and so be very careful about generalizing this data too much, what you'll see here is the RIT score is kind of like, our SOL score has a scale that goes up to 600. The RIT score is a vertical scale that the NWEA MAP uses. This is a computer adaptive assessment. So we compared the fall 19 pre-COVID results from students to the fall 20. And again, thank you to the vendor NWEA MAP for providing this to us. And you can see that actually year over year in 3rd grade, reading results are actually up in this assessment with the caveats that I provided plus many others. 4th grade, about the same. 5th grade, similarly slightly up. 6th grade, slightly up. 7th grade down 1/100th of a point, 8th grade slightly up. And so then you shift over and look at math, and you can see, 3rd grade is slightly up, but then you see declines at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and then back up again in 8th. And so what I would say to you is, and with a lot of careful caveats, some initial findings of one of the only statewide assessments that we have, or at least in 57 divisions, but with a pretty large population, is that in the older grades, whereas we know that PALs show that our younger students are facing some learning loss, we might have been able to come close to maintaining levels in reading, but we are seeing some learning loss in math, but maybe not as much as we may have predicted. Now, I want to be very careful about generalizing too much. We've got a lot more. Mid-year will be a better assessment. If you think about the fall assessment, this is, essentially 6 months from the closure of schools. We've had a lot go virtual. I think we'll know more with the mid-year assessments. And so, being a little bit careful there's a great assessment of a statewide opportunity. Moving forward to the next slide. We have some percent pass rates here. So MAP does a linking study where they link their vertical scale to our SOL scale and then do projected proficiency of students. I should mention that the reading linking study was intended to expire. At my request, they used the old linking study to give you a sense. So that's another caveat I would put on this. So it's not based on your new SOL that's going to be given at the end of this year, as an example, with the new cut scores that you set. But what you can see is that when you translate that same RIT score into percent proficiency, you see a similar trend to what I shared on the last slide, that at least the students in the school divisions that take the NWEA map have maintained some proficiency in reading, and in some grade levels potentially increased, and that you're seeing some slight declines in learning loss in math, but maybe not as large as we may have predicted. So we reached out to other vendors in this space. PowerSchool is committed to provide us data by the time we get together in March, which is another large vendor. But Star Reading did produce a similar report, so that's on the next slide. And you'll see that Star Reading's results somewhat mirror what we heard from MAP, that maybe reading results are down 2% in Virginia, maybe 1% nationwide. I think that's probably strongly within a margin of error there, but that maybe not only Virginia, but as a nation, we're maintaining reading results at relatively close to where we are. I think Star Reading, just so you know, is in about 30 districts, and maybe a few of the smaller districts weighted overly here. And so we're going to reach out to iReady. We're going to reach out to others, but I wanted to explain these to you in a little bit more depth, but with a lot of caveats before we generalize too much here. But potentially, if our SOLs back these results up at the end of the year, some reason for optimism. And I think this is a huge credit to our teachers. The virtual learning in the spring of last year is vastly different from what we know now. And then, of course, we've gotten a lot of students back. And I think our teachers have done a phenomenal job. So, Michael, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lane. And just to clarify also on the NWEA MAP data, that was representative of 57 school divisions data that was being reported, which is a good cross-section of Virginia, including small, medium, and large school divisions. And looking at professional development, one of the questions that we ask school divisions is the types of professional development that they have offered and provided to their teachers. I got to tell you, the teachers, as Dr. Lane said, are the real rock stars here, and they have pivoted and learned so much so quickly. And our hats are certainly off to them because for many of these individuals, they've never taught or had an experience on virtual learning. And so now they have, certainly. And so school divisions provided a great deal of professional development in the vast majority in these areas, including many aspects of virtual instruction, high quality instructional resources, how to get the right types of teaching materials for virtual learning settings. Supporting social emotional health and getting communication and feedback expectations for teachers to students and students back to teachers and teachers to parents, et cetera. and then also structuring the remote learning environment, as well as helping parents and guardians understand how to use the learning management system when maybe they never had to use it before, and also the student information system. And those are heavy, heavy lifts that's not adequately weighted in one slide in this presentation. It's a tremendous effort on the behalf of all school divisions and teachers in the state of Virginia. As we move forward, I will quickly run through the last few slides, which summarize the administered diagnostic assessments, as well as some other supports that were provided. And so these are counts of divisions that offered different types of assessments. You see that a great number offered PALS and also VKRP, but I'd also like to note that over 70 divisions are use the just-in-time mathematics quick checks, in which the assessment division, in collaboration with the instruction division staff, did an incredible job of creating in response to the pandemic, as well as a number of school divisions using PowerSchool and Performance Matters, as well as locally developed assessments, and many, many others. If we move on, you'll see that here are a number of social emotional supports that have been provided by a number of school divisions. And so you see that they've been really put a strong emphasis on social emotional health and well-being of students. Emily, if you'll move to the next slide. And with students with disabilities, we find the same thing, is that they've provided a number of supports for students with disabilities. And as we move on, you'll see some similar trends with English learners as well. And so as this presentation is posted online, and so you can certainly dig into the details of that. The final slide represents and the frequency of different supports provided to economically disadvantaged students throughout the Commonwealth. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. I'm not going to hold for questions real quick. I'm going to get to the last couple of slides. And as we look ahead, this slide kind of encapsulates everything that we've done and are going to be providing in the future as we look to continue to support all the different modalities of instruction, and also through significant infusion of federal funding that will be coming. And Dr. Lane, I'm sure that you would like to add in on this as well. But we will be asking for additional periodic data from school divisions, and we'll get some additional information from other assessments, both SOL and also VKRP and PALS assessments in the spring. So with that, Dr. Lane, I'll turn it over to you, and then we could field some questions if necessary.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add, because certainly we'll provide all of this data to the board, and are certainly excited about the infusion of federal money that came with CARES and GEAR 2, is that second bullet where it talks about may include a work group with stakeholders. We are launching a remediation and recovery work group, and Mr. Fairhart and his team are doing that. Linda Rivia, who you've probably heard from a couple times, who was our interim school quality person, is going to lead that on our behalf. They're putting together the list of stakeholders, and so certainly solicit board feedback for that. If you have anyone that you think would be great, let us know. We're going to narrow that list and get that work going in the next week. And you know, we released the RRR document that did a great job of preparing our school divisions for opening the school year. I don't know if we'll call this RRR, but remediation and recovery will certainly be the focus of the guidance we give heading into next school year. So that work is coming. And then I think last slide is questions. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Questions, Mr. Gecker?
Any questions? Ms. Holton.
Just briefly, brilliant to use the MAP and other private assessment tools as even with all those caveats, but I was really, really smart of you all to reach out and figure out what we can learn from them. One thing I'm sure you are doing, but just thought I would add, I hope you're asking them about their participation rates compared last year to this year, because that the missing students may be skewed towards a more struggling demographic, and may help inform your recovery and remediation work. But what a great thing to do, to reach out to the companies and get all that incredibly useful information. Thank you.
And Ms. Holton, I'll just respond to that. We do have the populations year over year. They're actually pretty stable, but the caveat I'll put there is a lot of the school divisions probably bought assessments that did not previously because of the need to assess diagnostics. So I would not assume, even if you see 22,001 grade level, 22,000 the following year, that means that there isn't some opt-out or something like that going on. So we'll have to better understand how many new divisions they had to understand that. And after we got the data, we asked this of them literally less than a week ago. And so just a huge thank you to them to putting that together so quickly. We'll go into much more disaggregation in the future. And they actually got excited by this, and they're going to release some national reports on this, I think, in the next month. So I think that's good.
Incredibly helpful to mine the information you have, and it'll help guide the remediation efforts going forward.
Anybody else? Yeah, thank you very much for the in-depth report. I think, when the board asked for the survey to be done, this is exactly what we were hoping would come from it. Although, not although about the work in this report, I think, as has been noted, more information will be usable when it's disaggregated a little bit so that we can really have an understanding of, who the winners are, who the losers are, and how we can address each group individually. So, but on behalf of the board, I will tell you how much we appreciate the work that's gone into this. It's it's a lot of stuff to do, and it's I think just critically important to charting the future. It may be we start off where we were, but it also may be we've got to focus specifically on starting a little bit before where we were for some of the groups. So thank you. All right, that finishes item Q. And items R through Z are written reports. However, there are staff people associated with them. If there are any specific questions on any of those reports. And now we're down to discussion of current issues. Yeah. Are there any current issues left to discuss? Yeah, I'll say this. As we move off of the sort of first phase of comprehensive plan work into, the next phase, I think it would be helpful if we begin to outline what our view of teacher effectiveness is and how we're going to get there, what measures we need, what evaluations we need, what linkage to PD we need, so that we can lay out in a fairly succinct format where all the pieces that we're seeing come before us, fit, and begin to integrate them into a useful whole. I will, I hope with James' help, begin to work on it, something, just sort of quick notes about where the board ought to be thinking about heading with the next, significant focus. Keisha's committee, as we heard yesterday, I used to say they'd be done in the spring. What I heard yesterday was there might be some slippage there and it will be done in the fall. I expect the work of that committee and those of you on it to be, exemplary, and I expect the board not to have much issue with the recommendations that get made from that committee. But the next phase of this really is focused on teachers and building leadership. I will say, and I've mentioned this to James before, I think I've mentioned it to James before, a lot of the literature focuses on teacher effectiveness as directly relating to student outcomes, which is cited in our comprehensive plan. There's also, as noted, a significant body of work toward building leadership training and how important that is. And I think as we talk about these issues, as we move forward, we ought to not just focus on teachers, but also begin to broaden our focus in the way we talk about this in terms of how can we train building leadership better to assist teachers in doing their job. And so that's it for comments from the chair. I appreciate greatly sort of the hardest working board in the Commonwealth. We certainly earned the money we're paid today. And for the public that's listening and misunderstands that comment, we don't get paid. It's it's a labor of love for the board members. So Any other comments or, questions from board members?
Mr. Gecker,
Please.
if
Alton.
very briefly, if I can just acknowledge, we do appreciate all the hard work that JLARC has done, and the fact that we're not reviewing those reports now does not mean we're not paying attention to them. I fully anticipate that the superintendent's going to bring them back to us for a fuller look. We're just out of time and energy today, but they're really important. There were also, I want to make sure the public knows, we do read your public comments, and while we haven't touched on everything that came in the public comments today, we do expect as a regular matter, and we'll follow up with the department to make sure the department is following up. There were a number of important suggestions, including one from the VEA that we all recognize Black Lives Matters in Schools Week at the beginning of Black History Month, February 1 to 5. And obviously we're out of time to pass an actual resolution on that, but I draw everybody's attention to that, and also to other suggestions in the comments.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If not, thanks again, everybody, staff, as well as department leadership and the board for your participation today. Very engaging meeting. So we'll see y'all in March, although I expect I'll see most of you before that in some fashion or another. Be safe.